Good morning. Well, 2 years ago to this very day, the MODUS Super Series was born. Then it was known as the MODUS Live League. This man introduced the very first episode of it. What do you remember about those early days, Chris?
I don't know, but where's my flowers? I don't know. I remember being very nervous, but equally as excited. And yeah, the evolution's been amazing.
Yeah, it was a room in Southampton, a studio. They were all sort of tape on the floor for social distancing and everything like that, wasn't there? It was
yeah, it was all being kept in place. Everybody was getting tested on the way in. Everybody had to be separated. It was quite bizarre, but somehow, with a lot of teamwork, we made the dream work.
Well, we certainly did, and throughout the course of today, and indeed the rest of the week, we will be celebrating our second birthday here at the Super Series. Just some fun stuff, some reflections and memories. That's how it started. Here's how it's going so far this week in Group A. Henry Deacon with yesterday's highlights.
Well, it hasn't quite been a celebratory week for Gary Stafford as of yet. It looks set to be a campaign in Group C for the man from Hampshire on Thursday and Friday. The same could be said for John Nelson, but he keeps picking up the big scalps at the Super Series. He's now 2 from 2 against the reigning World Seniors champion in Robert Thornton. Cankett finds himself an outside sneak of possibility of qualifying through Group A. He finds himself on 10 points after 10 games. Meanwhile, for the Owl, Richie Howson, he was the most impressive performer in terms of consistency. Only once out of his 5 games on Tuesday did he average underneath the 90 mark. Robert Thornton had the opportunity to go top of the table overnight. He had darts against Lee Cox to beat the table topper going into the final day's action. He finds himself firmly poised on 12 points. But it was Cox, courtesy of a win against Robert Thornton in the final game of yesterday's session 4-3, which sees him at the summit going into the last day of Group A.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, Chris, it is looking very interesting going into this final day of the group. But we're going to take a little bit of a deeper dig into the numbers from yesterday now. The average picks up a little bit from Monday. A big part of that, what Henry just said, Richie Howson, only 1 match under 90.
Yeah, he was rock solid all day, and another ton plus for Lee Cox. A running average of the day of 85.38. We had 3 11s. Of course, we did have a 10 on Monday, and we had the highest finish of the week from Sam Cankett, that 154, and the rarely seen double 17. And they improved in the 180s as well. 26 on Monday, 27 yesterday.
Yeah, really good stuff, getting better as the week goes on, which we thought we might expect with a couple of players coming in late. We'll take a look at the table to let you know how that's affected things, and it's looked all week, Monday and Tuesday, like Robert Thornton is just a win or 2 away from controlling the group. But it hasn't worked out that way, and he finds himself in second place.
Yeah, that defeat to Lee Cox in our final match of the session yesterday may prove to be really costly, because I mean, players 2 and 3 won't be too scared of going into Group B, but Group C is looking absolutely shocking with Neil Duff and Chaz Barstow in there. Obviously, they were meant to be in from the start of the week, so we've had to juggle things around. Yeah, it's hard to see how John Nelson and Gary Stafford find a way into that sort of third position. So it's gonna be a shootout between the top 4, and I think we might have to take our shoes and socks off so we can add up to 20, because its leg difference is going to happen today.
Well, Thornton and Howson playing their first match today, the second game of the day, so that might change the betting, the result of that one. But we'll have a look at how the bookies see it at the moment. And Thornton, despite not being top, still favourite. Loses that first match and he drops down to third there, doesn't he? Yeah,
that's a bit volatile for me. That I'd probably look at the value and maybe just edge towards Richie Howson, but Lee Cox cannot be ignored at 9-4. He's top of the table. He's 2 points clear. If he wins 4 out of 5 out of the day and throws in a couple of big results, he's the man to beat.
Certainly, and you've done your ACCA as well, as usual, so we'll see what Chris Mason has gone for with his selections here.
Hopefully better than my Cheltenham tips. Yes, Stafford against Cankett. Cankett most 180s. He's hitting a ton of them at the moment. John Nelson versus Lee Cox. I've gone for Cox minus 1.5. And then Cox against Thornton. Total legs over 5.5. Yet again, I can see that one going to a decider.
And Mace has done his homework. Our Henry Deacon has done his homework as well. He's provided us with a tungsten teaser to mark the occasion of our 2nd birthday. So here is Henry's tungsten teaser. Look at him. Can you name the 11 referees who have officiated at least one session of Super Series matches over the last 2 years? There are 11. I mean, I won't ask you to do it now, but do you think you're in a good chance yourself?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Most of them I know personally and with class as pals. So yeah, I pretty much know all of them. And of course, we've had some new ones come in the last month or so. But yeah, it's a tough one. How do they answer? Our social media?
Yeah, they can answer via social media at MSS Darts. Get in touch with us on the hashtag as well, Modus Memories. We will reveal the answer to that later on in the show. Today's referee, Charlie Corstefine, there's one of them, giving it away already.
Just 10 to find.
He's about to get the match underway. The first one, Gary Stafford against Sam Cankett. And the man who posed that tungsten teaser is going to guide you through it with Chris Mason. Here's Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yes, the balloons and the candles have alight here in the commentary box. Very happy birthday to the MODUS Super Series. 2 years strong and still very much going. Well, this Group A is very much going. And is it still one where Sam Cankett can still see himself in the race? He's 4 points off Lee Cox. He finds himself 4th in terms of where the table lies. He takes on Gary Stafford in the opening game of Wednesday's action. We saw improvements from Stafford yesterday, but he finds himself bottom of the table going into the final day of Group A action. Charlie Corstefine is our official on the stage today. Then it doesn't give away the old referee question if I call him an official, does it?
Sure does.
Chris Mason with me in
42.
the commentary box for 15 games here on Wednesday at the Super Series, and we really do not have a clue how today's going to go.
No, the winner straight through to
46.
Saturday's final, of course. 2nd and 3rd go into a tasty Group B with Johnny Haynes, David Davis and Darryl Fitton. And 4, 5 and 6 back for the morning
96.
session Thursday and Friday. We'll be joined by Chaz Barstow, Neil Duff and Matt Clark. Good luck with that. Still
140.
plenty to play for.
Well, Sam Cankett felt yesterday was a missed opportunity for him when you consider where he was in the group and a very strong hand. He's now 4 points off. It's not a mathematical
97.
impossibility, but it feels like he's got to do a lot of things right and hope for a lot of things elsewhere.
Yeah, he'd have to rely on a lot of results going his way as well, wouldn't he?
140.
These two met on Monday, of course. The third meeting this week
96.
between the two. This match was won on Monday, 4-1 by Sam Cankett with an 85. And completed the double
99.
yesterday.
Gary required
Much
170.
closer match, has to be said. 4-3, but did take out that wonderful 154, highest finish of the week so far. I don't think that'll hold until Saturday night.
100.
When you look at the calibers coming into Group C tomorrow, you most definitely don't think so. Thank you here for the opening leg of the day. This will be for a break as well. It's going to be the solitary dart at tops.
56.
And this may come down.
Gary
I mean this
requires
with
70.
all due respect, but the weaker players in the group, it's how the players above them, and if they can get those 4-0s and 4-1s, because leg difference is going to play its part at the moment.
Game shot on the first leg. Gary Stafford.
Gary Stafford takes out the opening leg in 18 with a hold. At the moment, when you look at the table, Lee Cox
Second leg, it's
plus
Sam to
9,
throw first. Game
Thornton
on.
plus 10, Howson plus 9. It's Cankett, which is cut adrift on -1.
93.
So he's going to have to, when he does win, he's going to have to win big. And for me, he's going to have to win all of his games.
Minimum requirement. When you look, I mean, you base second and third on what they've
59.
accrued over the first couple of days. You're expecting at least one of them to move on to 18 points. 22, I think, probably may be the target to win this group today. 20 to 22, something along them lines.
60.
Yeah. That's usually around the number, isn't it?
Mike Warburton got 18 points last week and finished 4th.
Yeah, but who's laughing now? As he's cashed that 5 bags.
Piece of toast, apparently.
140.
Peanut butter, marmite, marmalade. Do you like marmite?
Love-hate relationship.
The one I can't get my head around is peanut butter and jelly.
58.
Which is marmalade effective. Well, jam. Doesn't work for me, that.
58.
Other breakfasts are available.
Yeah, protein shake and a yogurt like mine this morning.
Well, a bacon and sausage
99.
sandwich
Sam,
from some place down the road in
150.
Navigated.
Does sound wonderful. Vegan options are available. Double 18. Yeah, the 154 against Gary.
140.
Nearly had a 150. Potentially biggest game of the day.
36.
Coming up next for both players, Thornton against Howson.
Game shot on the second leg. Sam
I
Cankett.
think the loser of that one is not
Third leg, it's
mathematically
Gary to
out
throw
of the mix,
first.
but
Game on.
I think it's going to be a hard road back.
Effectively playing in a shootout to take on Lee Cox for the top of the table.
Yeah, exactly.
45.
Now, you look at the way the fixtures pan out for Lee Cox. He takes on John Nelson first, Gary Stafford second, then Sam Cankett before then
60.
Thornton and Howson being his final opponents.
Yeah, he could be on, realistically, on 20. Well, it wouldn't be a shock to see him go through all those 3 and be on 20 points before he faces
64.
Thornton and Howson. You can ask no more for it to be in your hands, and that's where it is right now for Lee.
55.
He is in control.
I mentioned in that last leg yesterday that the most crucial dart of the group could have been the one that he hit to beat Thornton in that match.
42.
Yeah, because there's some great bits in that final match of the session yesterday, and it popped and fizzed, and well, they both had opportunities to win it,
95.
didn't
Yeah, Thornton squandering a couple of match darts in that one. Snatch on double 5 there. Could be the
81.
one that ultimately ends up costing him progression through.
Well, it was on the 60, wasn't it? And he went for 20 tops, and he hit double top, and then inside double 10.
180.
Didn't have to wait too long for our first max from Sam Cankett. This man has hit a few over the last couple of days as well.
99. Sam, you require 111.
Been a rare match of L1 for Gary Stafford so far.
He always seems to get the odd one, doesn't he? How did your Cheltenham adventure go yesterday in terms of
51. Gary, you require 170.
Rather not talk about it.
A bit like Aces Aka then. Oh, hello.
145. Sam, you require 60.
That would have made his social medias. This is for a break of throw.
Game shot on the
That's
third
the way
leg.
to punish.
Sam Cankett.
A mere start at the ball off the 170. And talking of socials,
Fourth leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
if you are one of those that uses social media, make sure you give us a follow on Instagram, Facebook and Twitter at MSS Darts.
140.
Use the hashtag Modus Memories. Tell us your favourite one. Don't forget to get involved with
55.
Henry's tungsten teaser. We've had 11 referees here in the past 2 years. Can you name them all?
40.
Some of them very interesting characters, aren't they?
Yeah, well, as we get closer to
58.
revealing them, I'll start ticking them off for you. See how many I can remember.
Definitely some stories as well involving one or two of them.
100.
Probably best kept at that, to be honest.
Yeah, plenty of non-disclosure orders signed.
140.
2 words, one of them is Christmas. Second match of the match for Cankett as he begins to make a move in this particular match.
It takes his average to 95.5.
58. Samuel required 41.
Get it done in the space of 5 visits for a 3-1 lead. You feel like he should have been off the stage right now
9.
because he had the opportunity to win that opening leg, didn't he, as well?
Yep.
It's a solid enough opening display up to press. Stafford's not really offered much in way of a turn.
40. Samuel required 32.
The traditional slow start looking as if it's going to cost Stafford again as Cankett return to the double 16 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And he's a leg away.
Sam Cankett.
He'll move him on to 12 points level with Thornton and Howson ahead of their battle in game 2. For Cankett, probably realistically, his battle is going to be to try and get himself into Group B. And this week, more than any other week, you want to try and find a way into Group B. Not just the fact it's the 3 from 5 that go through, but you just look at the way that that Group C is going to be weighted this
26.
week because of the players that have been moved in, because of the travel problems coming from the Isle of Man. Although I really am looking forward to seeing Johnny Haynes in that
81.
Group B tomorrow. He's playing some really good stuff at the minute. Dal Fitton is also going to be a part of that Group B fold. Saw him at the World Seniors at the Circus Tavern about a month and a half ago. And we're also going to see
95.
David Davis as part of that Group B lineup tomorrow Friday night, 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
60.
Don't forget, if you want to come on Saturday night, it's completely free of charge. You've just got to head over to I'll put my teeth back in. We'll go again. Head over to dartshop.tv
81.
and register your name, and that will be put on the door for when you arrive. Doors open around about 6:30. Come on, enjoy a night of the
59.
darts up close and personal with all the players. May well have current world champion in action in Neil Duff. May well have the current world seniors champion
40.
in action.
Not a bad lineup. Some people pay good money to see that.
140.
Interesting, looking at our next match between Robert and Richie. Robert's opening match average, and have a look at these. I'm quite sad. I have a look at these kind of things just to
59.
see if there's any kind of
Samuel required
pattern and
161.
whether players sort of fade throughout the day or they're quick starters and don't mind going on early. There's
81.
a 6 points difference in the average between their respective 2 opening matches of the day, and that's in favour of Thornton, and he's 4-6. He does get out of the blocks very, very well.
80. Samuel require 80.
Talking about getting out of the blocks well. Cankett here, 80 for the match for an opening win. It's 2 darts at double 10 for 4-1 success, which will move him on to 12 points to keep him level with Thornton and Howson, and just to keep tabs with the top of the table. Doing so with an 88.75 average, 2 maximums to his name, and 36% when it came to the finishing. As for Gary Stafford, he'd be looking to pick up some wins, pick up some confidence ahead of what looks set to be a campaign now in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. Well, don't go anywhere, because the second match of the day holds huge significance. It's Robert Thornton against Richie Howson, and we're going to be watching that after this short break.
Good morning, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for what really is a titanic tussle now between the two players that played the World Seniors Championship final just last month. Both of them sitting in joint second place in this group behind Lee Cox, and a defeat would be hugely damaging for either player at this point. They would be playing catch-up with the opponent and Cox for the rest of the day in pursuit of that top spot and a place at finals night. It's Richie Howson against Robert Thornton, and to guide you through each dart, it's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Merv. Well, myself and H have been looking forward to this one. It certainly hasn't disappointed so far. On day one, it was 4-2 to Robert with a 90.09 and 116 out. Today, Rob got the better of him in a fabulous game. 4-1, he had a 98.6, hit 3 180s. Richie, in defeat, had a 93.21.
Richie will feel like the way he played yesterday, he could actually find himself a little bit unlucky to be in the position that he's in terms of consistent gameplay over the course of the 5 games. Only once, and that was in his final game, did he average underneath the 90
First
mark.
leg, it's Robert to throw
everyone
first.
was over
Game
90,
on.
and Robert himself had that wonderful spell with back-to-back 98.60 averages.
There was a point yesterday, wasn't there,
100.
where everything was coming up to the ball, and then maybe just the last 3 or 4 games, things just then kind of regressed a little bit.
Yeah, well, fatigue plays its part in that. And to be honest, as a late caller, which Richie Howson was,
100.
I think he coped very well on Monday and then played much better, but got equal results yesterday, didn't he? It was the same kind of thing. 3 from
180.
Don't expect that to be the last of this game.
No. These, of course, now know each other's game. Inside out, but you called it.
180. Didn't expect to be that quick. Oh, hello. What sort of thing's happening here?
180.
That's 3 and 3.
What a start.
You're back to over 2.5 180s. You're very happy right now.
Yeah.
41.
Want to tidy this up
Game
quickly,
shot on
and
the
does
first leg.
a
Robert
12
Thornton.
dart hold. Richie would have needed a 9, of course.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
You were teasing us when you were talking about the 9. So that last week from Conor Heenahan. He only played a hit one in this build. He's done it twice now.
60.
Yeah, once in Southampton, of course.
81.
Still think we're waiting for 9 to... Well, I'm not sure it can be topped. James Richardson hit one against his son in the last leg.
No. No, that was something else.
30. 100.
I do get involved with your memories, celebrating the 2-year anniversary today. There we are, MODUS Memories. We got our own hashtag.
Remember when we
100.
didn't even have a caller. Now we've got a hashtag.
Graphics department will be wanting a pay rise.
'Stunning
140.
start this from Robert Thornton. He's the superior of the
45.
two in terms of early match numbers, and he's showing that right here, which is why I thought the 4-6 was a good thing.
55. 125. Robert, you require
Should be going ball
125.
here. That leaves a ton. That leaves tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, he backs
Robert
up
Thornton.
the 12-dart hold with a 15-dart breaker throw and a 1-2-5 checkout. Average right now.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw
and
first.
again, it's just a
Game
reflection
on.
of the start Thornton's made. 111.33, which is 2 points above his PB here at the Super Series.
At this point, you just
100.
wonder whether Richie Howson's got some kind of voodoo-like curse when it comes to Robert Thornton. The World Seniors final, Robert Thornton decides just to, well, play out of his skin. Then the first two games, Thornton plays his best game of the day, or
43.
one of the best games of the day against Howson. When Howson himself, especially yesterday, played well and he couldn't get a sniff. And it's happening again today. Thornton averaging 110. And that's only going to rise because he's hit his third max of the match.
180.
And we are only in our third leg.
I used to play someone who
38.
had that kind of voodoo thing over me. Feel something. He was pretty good.
Not fast, was it?
81.
If I'd been playing Barzy, I might have won something.
Sorry, Phil.
100. Robert, you require 140.
Grief he gives me. Sorry, not sorry. Can he squeeze one in to leave top? Nope.
60.
That's his second.
180. Robert, you require 80.
Second time we've had multiple maxes in a leg.
60. Richie,
Always
you
gonna be
require
hard. Position
140.
of dart 2. We'll be back for double 10. Going to be pressure on it though.
100. Robert, you require 20.
Credit to Richie Howson. Could have been so
Game
easy to
shot on the
submit, but
third
Robert
leg.
Thornton is
Robert
playing
Thornton.
absolutely stupendously in this game. It's actually the first time he's gone above 15 darts. Again, that was a 16
leg, it's
darts on the
Richie's
back
to
of a
throw first.
15 and
Game
a
on.
12. There we go, some more Modus memories with our referee, Charlie Cordovine. Well, this will be a memorable Modus match.
Sure in
180.
terms of match, but certainly performance. Both players have hit 6 180s between them, 3
59.
apiece. Can Richie Howson get himself back in this one? That's 4 on the spin. Jinxed it.
100.
Do you imagine on our birthday we had a 9?
$84.
Incredibly, Richie Howson's hit 3 maximums in this match and he hasn't had a dart at the double.
83.
Not hit a 140, which over the past couple of days has been his MO.
100. Richie require 138.
Robert won't be too concerned here, of course. This is on throw for Richie Howson. Main focus here.
68.
I mean, if he gets a go to win the leg, it's a bonus, but his main focus here will be leg 5.
100. Richie requires 70.
Well, he should change that stat now of not having a dart at double. He's going to get 2 of them.
Game
And buries it first time of asking.
Richie
And he's
Howson.
back in this game at 3-1. But it is the Thornton darts for the win. What will be a crucial 2 points
Fifth
in the
leg, it's
context
Robert
of
to
this
throw
group.
First. Game on.
And massive in terms of leg difference, because can't see Howson getting beat by this kind of scoreline
58.
again today.
Thornton plus 10 already in the legs difference bracket. So win here 4-1, put him on to plus 13. Lee Cox on plus 9. He takes on our ADC qualifier this week in John
91.
Nelson. in our next match.
Exciting lineup of ADC qualifiers
92.
coming up over the next month or so. A couple of new faces. Returning, my old pal Tony Wood
60.
from the northeast. Don't forget, if you want to get involved and get your spot here at the MODUS Super Series,
180.
play the likes of Robert Thornton. Get yourself involved with the ADC Vault Series.
140.
Across all social medias. I think it's only something like a £5 to play as well.
131.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it's venue dependent, but it's around about that, isn't it? Value for money all around. Well, can Howson at least try and pressure the Thornton tops with a max? I don't think that second one's in. Indeed it wasn't. So Thornton tops to round off an impressive performance. He's had 4 maximums, an average of 103. And the Thorn is here to play on the final day of Group A. What a performance, what a match. 7 maximums between the pair. Thornton runs out a 4-1 winner with 102.04 average. It's the second highest average we've seen throughout the duration of this week. And Richie Howson once again has ran into one when it's come to Robert Thornton. So it is a win for the Thorn there. Coming up after the break, we're going to see the table topper overnight, Lee Cox, in action. He takes on John Nelson, the ADC qualifier for this week, after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Thornton has just produced a party piece performance to celebrate our second birthday here. 102 average plus 4 180s for the Thorn. Howson himself hit 3 but was beaten 4-1 by Thornton, who is taking the challenge to this man, Lee Cox, top of the table going into today. He's taking on the ADC qualifier, John Nelson, in his opener. The question has been posed. Does he have the answer? Let's find out. Two men with all the answers, Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Any reason we've got all the answers is because we saw the questions beforehand, but we're looking forward to this one. Lee Cox up against John Nelson. Cox, the man who led the table going into today's play on 14 points. Well, he'd seen Robert Thornton come through the rear view mirror and propel him on legs difference, although, of course, a win here would see him go back top of the table on 16 points, courtesy of that win against the Thorn in the final game of yesterday. Both players having darts to win that match, but it was Cox who got over the line, courtesy of that double four, which could well be the biggest dart of his week. The ball is most certainly in his court.
First leg, it's John to
his
throw
way
first.
through to Saturday
Game
night's
on.
final. We have seen him on a finals night here in Portsmouth before. He did so in Series 1. It was one of the first weeks we had the finals night here. It was week 9 when Scott Williams went on to claim the prize as John Nelson begins the day in perfect style.
Well, Lee Cox has got fond memories of
60.
playing John Nelson this week, Monday, where he produced his personal best here at the Super Series with a 4-0 win, 4 out of 4 on the doubles,
140.
103.66, and in a much lower key affair, defeated John 4-2 yesterday.
125.
Well, John Nelson here really has relaxed into the task. We saw at points yesterday that he was becoming far more settled on that stage environment, and as a consequence we were seeing some of his better darts, particularly in that game against Robert Thornton, and he's
45.
come out the
John,
drops
you
here.
require 76.
All guns are blazing, leaving 76 after just 9 darts, and so 2 at double 8 for a 4-visit leg to begin his
John,
day.
the first leg.
Wow.
John Nelson.
That's a 12-darter with the 76 checkout and a hold. Well, that's the way to start your
Second
day.
leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game
Maybe
on.
he's eventually just relaxed and playing with
100.
freedom.
Today's essentially a free hit for him.
Absolutely.
74.
Because I'm immature, mate, I'm just going to show the scoring power pack for Nelson.
Aye, aye, aye. Love it. Great shout, mate.
180.
All that university money has paid off, see?
80.
I bet they're so proud. What does your alumni do these days?
125.
Well, pretty much what Nelson did to Lee in leg 1. Lee's repaying the favour.
96. Lee, you require 96.
96 after 9. Nelson left 76. Nelson took it out. Can Lee? Back-to-back
Game shot on the
12s. He
second
certainly
leg.
can.
Lee Cox.
What a start to the match this is.
A nice little sign
Third
of
leg,
respect
it's John
between
to
the
throw
pair
first.
as
Game
Cox
on.
came back down the hockey. A nice little fist bump between him and Nelson.
Yeah, they know each other very well via
59.
county and Super League and local competition. It was a nice moment when I nipped through
100.
the players' room yesterday to get up on the balcony with Murph, and Lee Cox
57.
was almost putting an arm round John Nelson, who seemed a little deflated. It was nice to see that.
140.
Players looking out for each other.
Yeah, something that we're seeing quite a lot for the players that are new here, and obviously because we've been here for a while, there's a lot of players that have been here for a long
140.
time, know this format inside out. And it was a nice moment last week when I walked past the practice room, and Jack Wayne was just having a little bit of a struggle, and Mike Warburton and Connie Heenahan just
85.
pulled into his side and just had a conversation with him and things like that. And that's good to see, because you're in the heat of battle, but at the same time you're all fighting the same corner.
Yeah, when
59.
you've got experience here, you sort of, you know, the ins and outs, and you can almost say, look, it's not a knockout. You're not out. It's 15 matches if you're in Group A.
85.
And you just treat them all on an individual basis. like playing 5 league games, effectively, or 5 county games.
Lee require 91.
14 or treble 18. 20 for tops.
51. John, you require 128.
Well, it's the only thing this game's been lacking so far is a ton plus checkout. Not going to happen this time.
Yeah,
63. Lee, you require 40.
Thornton's performance in the last one.
Game shot on the third leg. Lee
16
Cox.
dart breaker throw. It was a real complete game from Thornton, wasn't it? 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 1-2-5 finish, 4-1-8 is an average of 102.04. That is a complete performance against a player averaging over 95,
77.
of course.
$85.
Yeah, we'll see the fawn up next. He takes on Cankett, who himself had a decent start to the day. 88 average, 2 maximums, 4 of 11 on the doubles. Very solid performance against
60.
Gary Stafford. It's been completely trumped by what we've seen over the last couple of games or so.
100.
We've had 200 pluses from Lee Cox,
77
this week. 1 on Monday, 1 yesterday.
He's had the highest average of the day for the 2 days in this group. He's going to have to trump 102.04 if he's going to do that here
43.
today.
Lee, you require 84.
Gets this done in 2. He's got more than every chance. Doesn't have to go the bullseye route. We'll head to the 16s corridor to set up handily.
52.
Well, that works.
Show off.
That was safe, and then they're safe.
140. Lee, you require 32.
That was Houdini locked in a cage kind of safe. Well, you've already hit it once, Lee.
24. John, you require
But is this
96.
the game-changing moment as Cox misses 3 out of double? Nelson returns for the 96. Well, this is similar vein to how Lee Cox took out a finish not so long ago.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Identical.
John Nelson.
And an instant break back with the 96 out. Took the 96 out, did Lee Cox in leg 2.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw first.
51 tops. But more importantly, for Nelson, it's a break back.
81.
3 missed starts at a double. The 3-1.
59.
How costly will that be?
60. 100.
This is how quickly a group that's so tight can change. Lee Cox, who would have known that victory keeps it in his hands. If he loses this one, well, Robert Thornton can go 2 points clear at the top of the group if he gets the better of Sam Cankett, and with a superior legs difference as well, will put the Fawn in full command of this Group A.
$133.
Yeah, it really has warmed to the task today so far as John Nelson.
Oh, it was an emphatic start, wasn't it?
140. John, you require 170.
But the fish isn't going to go, and so Cox has the chance to break.
56.
62.
Lee requires 62.
If he could take it out, he'll be throwing for the match. Going to be 1. And it's going to be 1 at tops.
Game
He only needs the 1 at tops. He's been so reliable on that double so far this week.
They're just trading.
Sixth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Finishing from both has been very tidy. 2 out of 3 for John Nelson.
60.
took out 76 and 96. Lee Cox, 50%, 3 from 6.
38.
96, and then the 62 there. Averaging 94 Lee Cox right now.
40.
On cue, 84.52 for John Nelson. Different start from Lee Cox.
60.
Who is throwing for the match here, of course. In top of the
100.
table. Comes with its own pressure.
$60.
We asked the question, didn't we, at the beginning of the week, where is the next step in Lee Cox's darting journey? Well, I feel like he's given us some answers this week where he looks
81.
set to really want to kick on in this competition, and elsewhere as the year goes on.
40.
For sure, he will want to win one of these this year.
43.
I think he'll get another couple of opportunities throughout the year. If he doesn't win it this week, of course.
83.
Incredibly, 236 different players, haven't we? How many countries was it?
26.
Wow.
135.
But how many commentators we've had?
Another
85. Lee
tungsten
required
teaser
42.
from Henry.
Well, 16 for the match.
10.
If you're talking about real ones, only
John, you require 135.
That's definitely not me.
Well, can't be done now. Long way off the 25, which at least would have given an opportunity for 60 ball.
49.
For 3 in hand.
Lee required
For a
32.
4-2 win. Go back top of the table.
Game, shot,
Lee Cox
and the match. Lee
does
Cox.
just that with an end average of 87.97. In spells, a better performance from Johnny Nelson, but it just wasn't enough. And it is Lee Cox who goes back on top, 16 points plus 11 on a chance for Thornton to keep the pressure on. He faces Sam Cankett in our next match.
The race for first place in Group A is well and truly on after wins for league leader Lee Cox and this pair, Sam Cankett and Robert Thornton, who are about to do battle. In terms of the group table, Thornton has already picked off one rival in Richie Howson with an exceptional display earlier. And if he can defeat Cankett here, then he would draw level at the top of the table once more. A win for Sam, however, would see him go level with Thornton himself. We'll get the action underway. Now, I know that Henry posed a birthday tungsten teaser earlier. I've got a little teaser of my own here for the boys in the box and for you at home in relation to this significant darting day. The 15th of March has seen 3 players who have both played in and commentated on the MODUS Super Series win tournaments. And no, before you ask, Chris Mason, you're not one of them.
It's definitely not me.
I'm intrigued.
It's definitely not me. Did Chris Murphy win the Premier Inn League on this day? Was that when he stopped for 25 minutes and have that fish sandwich and Dan Dawson's not spoken to him since?
So what was the question again?
So people who played / commentated on here won tournaments on this day, on the 15th of March.
Got to be Nico, hasn't it?
Yeah, must be Nico in terms of... Was Scott Mitchell won an event on this day?
Trying to think what would be on around about this time of the year.
They played and commentated, I have been
First leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
This is going to get our minds whirling. Martin Adams has played and commentated here.
46.
Surely he's won a tournament every single day of the year, hasn't he? And twice on Christmas Day.
100.
Famous darting birthdays today involving the Super
59.
Series as well. We'll get through them as the day goes on. There's been a number of 9 darters as well on this day. Plenty to
60.
get stuck into today. Do get in touch with us. It is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. As Cankett looks set to get the first match. 140 will do for him. The question in this particular match, the teaser in this particular match is, will Thornton back up the 102.04 in his game against Richie Howson? Incredible performance, 4 180s, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 125 high checkout. But back-to-back 140s for Cankett sees him in control of this opening leg.
177. Sam, you require 116.
116 for Cankett. Yes, double 18.
Game shot
What
the
a
first
start.
leg.
We begin
Cankett.
with a tongue topper for Sam Cankett.
Another one. Already had a
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Robert Thornton.
Game on.
It's a 15 darter and a hold.
83. 96. 80. 43.
Well, I've just been given the answer to that question from Murph.
Oh, I've been digging around.
140.
There's one that you've got right. There's one that I think you should get, and there's one I think
140.
you might not think about. It's a very obscure one in terms of the commentator. There might have been a guest commentator once upon a time here.
125.
Fallon.
Indeed. You got Fallon, Nicholson, and there's one other you need to get.
140. Robert requires 73.
Let the mind of Chris Mason whirl round as Thornton wants his 73 to level proceedings up.
Game shot on the second
Was
leg.
it ever in doubt?
Robert
Never
Thornton.
in doubt. The way Thornton's playing today.
When he starts pinning that tops, it just doesn't look like he's going to miss. And neither are at the moment.
Third leg, it's
Both
Sam to throw first. Game
100%
on.
on doubles. 1 from 1. Players that have commentated that could have won it, obviously. We know it's not
93.
Martin, not Scott. Could be Edgar, I suppose.
It's not Edgar.
85.
Does it?
No.
Corin?
Indeed.
85.
The tournament successes were a DPA Tour in 2008 for Paul Nicholson.
40.
Corinne Hammond won the West Coast Classic on this day in 2015, and Fallon Shirk was the winner of both the Isle of Man Classic and Open on this day in 2020.
60.
Although, in fairness, on this day in 2008, you did manage to get to the final of a Players' Championship.
Hey!
60.
For all
What?
those that say otherwise, Chris Mason did throw good darts.
On this day 13 years ago, I played Robert Thornton. And I'm pretty
67.
Sure, well, I think it was a pro tour in Scotland. And it went down to the wire. And up until the last leg, he'd already
60.
hit 2 bullseye finishes against me. And hit one of the most bizarre 1-3-2 finishes. Almost. On par with the one
134.
Taylor hit against James Wade in the final of the World Match Play. Instead of being over and blocking, it was under and blocking.
180. Sammy requires 62.
He was nearly on the next ocky, and in it sailed. We played best of 9 then. It was 5-4.
30. Robert, you require 76.
2 eights as an open bed
Game
this
shot
time
on
for
the third
Thornton. An
leg.
open bed he
Robert
finds.
Thornton.
If people are wondering how on earth I can remember that, it came up on my memories on Facebook today, literally as I was walking in.
Is that when Chris Mason
Fourth leg,
logs
it's
on
Robert
Facebook
to throw
and think,
first.
oh,
Game
God,
on.
what happened on
Well,
this day again in darts?
Bizarrely, I was sat in with Robert Thornton yesterday. We were just randomly having a chat. Of course, he had a couple of decent bullseyes on day 1, and we were just talking about it.
60.
And he brought it up randomly. Oh, can you remember that match we had? And I said, yeah, of course I can remember it. And then lo and behold, it actually 13 years ago to the day.
95.
Actually had many a battle back then.
100.
Here we see the overhead shot of how the darts enter the board, and as you can see in the case of Sam Cankett, they really do stand up to attention, don't they?
100.
As for the form, that action has hardly changed over the years. Makes me think his
100.
first major success at the BDO World Masters was all the way back in 2007.
86.
A couple of successful years in the BDO before making that transition over to the PDC, where he then go on to claim the UK Open
140.
and World Grand Prix titles and make other major finals, most notably of which at the Grand Slam of Darts. He played that fantastic semi-final, didn't he, against Scott Waite before then
100.
proceeding to get
Robert,
beaten
you
by Phil
require
Taylor.
101.
Didn't he beat Phil Taylor in the
61.
final of the...
Sam, you require 120.
Yeah, tremendous performance.
Then beat Michael Van Gerwen to win the World Grand Prix. That was when he was a
88.
huge
Robert, you
outsider to
require
win that event,
40.
wasn't he?
Oh yeah, when he's won them.
Game
he's
shot on the
done it
fourth
hard
leg.
way.
Robert Thornton.
Going through the gears here, though. That's a 16 dart hold to back up the break. Finds himself 3-1
Fifth
up,
leg, it's Sam
averaging
to throw
99.
first. Game on. 85. 121. 140. 81. 140. 54. Sam, you require 136. 96.
Cankett leaves himself on top. This is to save the match. Even if he gets this, though, Thornton will have the throw in the next.
140.
And
Sam, you require 40.
They can't get it done on this particular leg if Cankett cannot take out the tops. One left at double 10.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2
leg.
it is. Thornton now has the darts. Now, would you like to hazard a guess who beat you in that Players' Championship final on this day in 2008? It was
sixth leg. It's Robert to throw first.
Northwest Players' Championship in Wigan.
Yeah, I remember it well.
140.
It was my old sparring partner, JP, John Part. I think we played, yeah, we did. We played sets then. And it was
98.
quite a bizarre game. I lost 3 sets to 1, annoyingly.
I'll tell Wikipedia to
121.
it says here, Alan Tabben beat you in the final in 08.
All right. There must have been another final. I lost to John Part.
99.
I beat Alan Tabern in the semi-finals 3-0. Beat Steve Beaton in the quarters. Dave Askew in the last 16. Colin Osborne in the last 32. Darren Latham in the last 64. Wayne Atwood.
100. Robert, you require
128.
60.
A lot of those. I'm only on some of the sides. I'm down as only having 1 9-darter.
Game,
of course,
shot, and
I
match.
had 2, but
Robert Thornton.
Well, it was a 12-darter, but really it was an 11, wasn't it? And Robert Thornton, after in 102.04 in match 2 today, has trumped that in his second match with 102.75, 66.67% on the doubles, 2 180s. Robert Thornton applying the pressure on Lee Cox. What a performance so far today from the Scotsman. Up next is a chance for Lee Cox to go back on top as he takes on Gary Stafford.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And we are celebrating our birthday here at the MODUS Super Series today, but who celebrates for a day these days? We're going to celebrate all week, and you could be here at the party in Portsmouth on Saturday night. Tickets for free and available via dartshop.tv. Right, before we get into this match between Lee Cox and Gary Stafford, a quick reminder of the tungsten teaser set by our very own Henry Deacon. Look at his little face there earlier on. Can you name the 11 referees to have officiated at least one session of Super Series matches over the last 2 years? You can tweet us at MSS Darts. Use the Modus Memories hashtag as well and see if you can complete that list. Without further ado, though, we'll hand over to today's referee, Charlie Corstefine, and our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. Well, I hate to say it, but yeah, you were right, mate. That was another final I lost in 2008. But this particular one, I beat Tony Ayres and Gary Welding and Gary Spedding. And then in the business end, last 16, beat James Wade 3-1. Then Roland Sholton 3-1. Then Michael Van Gerwen 3-1. So did all the hard work. Was probably drunk by the time I made the final because I lost 3-0. I probably must have been to have lost the tabs. Only joking, fella. Yeah, Taylor. I'm trying to work out who beat Taylor that day.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
3-2. All the names there: Lloydie, Mark Walsh, Terry Jenkins, Dennis Priestley, Merv King, Mardle.
96.
Wow. Looking through it, it's like a who's who. Even Shane Burgess was there. Peter Manley, Frosty, the
22.
Throwman.
Great
Probably
name.
the best nickname in darts.
Psychiatrist chair again, mate.
No, I'm all right, mate. I'm over it.
Mind you, they must have been long days.
45.
Best of 5. Were they 5 legs in a set as well?
Yeah, and there was unlimited entries. So it wasn't a case of just having the top 128. There was, I think, rounds of 2, 5, 6 in there at least. They were
42.
horrendously long days. But I did win a few. Didn't just lose in finals.
There's a couple of trophies in the cabinet.
42.
Sure is. Well, they're all now in a wheelie bin. Actually, not the ex-wife, the one before it decided to wheelie bin them all.
96.
Much to my disgust and all my memorabilia. I might need a bit of therapy for that.
To be fair, trophies and auctions have been making the news recently, haven't they?
180.
Who's else is making the headlines right now? We're at Thornton. He's on fire and he's asking the questions of Lee
100.
Cox.
Lee required 138.
40 years ago, Keith Deller took this out to win the
85.
lower odds against Brissy. Still played the percentages. Deller did the business, the famous words from
100.
legendary
Lee required 53.
broadcaster. Did without.
Game shot on the first leg. Lee
Very
Cox.
tidy from Lee Cox. He was the 2-7 favourite for this one. Very hard to
Second leg, it's Gary to
disagree
throw
when you look
first.
at results
Game
and
on.
numbers. At the moment, Thornton, as we suggested, and where it may play its
100.
part is the leg difference, because he is +15 Thornton, plus 11 before this match, Lee Cox. And of
60.
course, they have to play each other.
That is going to be some duel when that comes.
It could come down to that match. The winner of Group A, who then gets
140.
Thursday and Friday off, which is never a good thing.
100.
Seems to be a curse, doesn't it? The actual stat on those who have won Group A and won the week are horrendous.
Unless your name is Jelle Klassen.
Yeah. Well, there's always an anomaly. A what?
91.
You know what I meant? Struggling today.
Working too hard, Mace.
140. Gary required 170. 42.
1,000 milligrams of quetiapine won't cure. Following this one,
60.
Richie Howson will have
Gary
the opportunity to chase down
128.
the leading group. He'll be cheering on Gary Stafford here, of course. Richie Howson
83.
Really is. He's got a game in hand on Sam Cankett, but he will no doubt try and avoid that Group C and get in Group B. Remember, Group B is only a 5-player field with the top 3 qualifying. It's a much better group to be in, and that's a big mistake. 1 for double 16, 13 for double 10.
13. Lee required 32.
And so it gives Cox the opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead in a leg that really he was chasing in for large parts.
Game shot on the second leg.
It didn't look like he was in the leg really throughout it, but it's a back-to-back 17 darts, 1 hold, 1 break of throw. 88,
third leg, it's
41
Lee
the
to throw
average.
first.
Steady away. More than enough right now.
Tidy darts.
125.
He's just doing what he needs to do. Exactly what he did in his game against John Nelson in match number 3 of the day. Nelson, who first 3 legs played really well. Cox with an 87.97 average, 40% when it came to the doubles. He was consistent enough for long enough to get the points to his name. But now he's progressing through the levels, averaging 95.
64.
Didn't have a bad year in 2008.
85.
You mentioned. Pretty sure that was, that may have been 2010. I had the most ridiculous run to the semi-final and then fell foul to my old mucker Terry Jenkins, who just cemented that win only a month or so ago at the World Seniors. Thanks, Terence.
84.
2010, I'm not sure.
I take it's not on the Christmas card list this year.
Terry, no, definitely.
68. Lee requires 67.
He's got the luxury of time, but it's a little bit more difficult than he would have liked it to. However, double 8.
51.
Yeah, how about this for a run? I'll be Jelle Klassen.
99. Lee requires 16.
Then Mark Webster, 6-3.
Game shot on the third leg.
Then Gary Anderson, 6-3. Then Simon Whitlock. Right. Then Michael Van Gerwen.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Lost to Terry Jenkins in the semis. And that Simon Whitlock win was the game where I had 120 and I blocked out the treble completely.
140.
I went ball. And the look on his face was just priceless. Well, it's priceless at the moment.
79.
Is this 3-0 lead? Yeah, I think that's my best run ever. In terms of back to back of
26.
top level players. And Terry played stunning against me in the
59.
semi-final, and then did what I did against him against Taylor in the final, and he got beat 6-1. Terry done me 6-3. But yeah, that was my last hurrah, really.
100.
Disappointment of that, and then that year was the year where I said, I think that's just about enough for me, thanks. And by then, of course,
30.
I was doing more and more media stuff, and yeah, so
It's easier talking about it, isn't it?
oh, feels so much better.
30.
I could talk about how they went wrong because I was there myself.
Yeah, been there, done that, got the T-shirt.
100.
Yeah, I always have a little bit of fun with the players on my way through. All right, lads. And they're all like, this is, I don't know what you're worrying about. It's easy. I'm just a commentator and I won it. What's wrong with you?
83.
I do have a bone to pick with you about that because you won as a commentator. There's pressure on the rest of us now.
Yeah. Unless they do a week with backroom staff, yeah.
I'll be honest, we'll probably have to fill out a fortnight for that one.
I think we got
83.
I mean,
Gary
listen,
required
122.
Scotty Dogg's been in comms. He can get up there. Martin, of course. Nico, Matt Edgar. We could almost
82. Lee required 150.
Commentators Group A.
Put Webby in the mix when he's got a week free.
That's the problem. There's going to be no one to commentate.
40. Gary required 40.
To get a leg on the board.
Game
There
shot
it
on the
is.
fourth leg.
That'll make
Gary
him feel
Stafford.
a whole lot better. But it's only a hold. He's desperately in need of a break.
Fifth leg, it's Lee
They
to
do
throw
job swap
first.
week.
Game on.
I ain't doing the spotting. And I ain't directing. I can barely use a laptop.
35. $85.
You could do the lighting.
45.
Can make a mess of it. Me and buttons are just a no-no.
Lucky.
And I can't. I'm one of those. If I see something, and I go, I wonder what that does. I just kind of. I'll just press
28.
Turns out to be the confetti button after week 12.
Yeah. It's 3-3 in a pivotal leg, and Mason's put the confetti on.
60.
Oops.
Yeah, I can see why we shouldn't do that now.
I'm like it. I've got an array of buttons, and rather read the
140.
the manual, which is about 6 inches thick. I go, well, I wonder what does that do then?
Like in this commentary box, all we have is one button to turn the mics on and
Exactly.
45.
Yeah, I'm for sure a technophobe. Don't get it at all. I was trying to put a gym app on
44.
my phone and just wouldn't have it. And it's saying this account's not linked to this device, and it's like throw it against the wall. I just got to get another phone. And walk in and go, put that on there for me. There's nothing wrong with your old phone. Don't matter. Put that on there.
Just sort it out. 140 here for Stafford would make things very interesting in this game.
100.
It would be for a potential break of throw here. Brings it back to 3-2 and then have the darts to send us to a decider.
Well, it's going down to this
60.
leg difference thing.
Gary
isn't it?
required 104.
And we may look back at this one and go, that is where it was won and lost. Treble 16 would have left tops.
32.
Well, this would be some
Lee
way to win it.
required
Not seen one of these. Seen a
135.
1-3-2. We're not seeing a 1-3-5. I'm not going to see one here. Yeah, raise the eyebrows. 111. Aye. Nelson again.
43. Gary requires 72.
All about 16s. Now one of them. Leaves the top of the shot.
Game shot on the
Nicely
fifth
done.
leg.
3-2.
Gary Stafford.
That is that break of throw. So he has the darts in leg 6. The levels your devil.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
And this would be a
Game on.
disaster for Lee Cox. He was 2-7.
$140.
Growing in confidence in front of our very eyes.
134. $62.
Reminder of the table situation as things stand here in Group A. Thornton and Cox both on 16 points. Cox obviously playing at the moment, but it's Thornton with both plus 15 in the legs difference category. Cox, before this game got underway, plus 11. And importantly, these two meet in the 4th cycle
70.
of fixtures for the day. Then after that, Lee Cox has to take on Richie Howson in his final game of the group.
54.
So he's played some really good stuff over the course of the last couple of days, but it's just on more than one occasion just ran into some kind of immovable object.
83.
He's up next against John Nelson from the conclusion of this match, which could well be
95. Gary requires 146.
6 darts from 146 to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
54.
But it's going to be severe pressure on it.
158. Gary required 92.
Well, he wanted the big 19 and he's just pulled it. Double 18, double 18. There's one of them. Lots of room. Oh.
56. Lee required 21.
And because he was too good on the approach play last time, Lee Cox has got to burn a dart. Going to be 2 at double 8.
5.
Comes
Gary
and goes, and so Stafford
36.
will get his go at double 18 to send us the distance.
Double 16.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Gary
didn't
Stafford.
split it on purpose. I can assure you. That's 3 on the spin for Gary Stafford. He
7th and final leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Lee has the darts. There's a my tip for today, and it's very apt.
85.
Especially for your Saturday night partying. Back on the lash. 12 to 1 shot. Keely
140.
Full 10 at Cheltenham. Get on.
Trying to paint me in a bad light.
70.
Suppose it'll be due one of those German
43.
donners, won't we, soon?
Got to be done, pal, on it. Can't beat the German donner.
81.
Sponsorship opportunities are available.
As long as it involves free food. Be great news for our referee, Charlie Corsafine.
123.
He must have some metabolism, I can tell you.
We once went to an Italian restaurant and I didn't finish
83.
my food. And so he asked for my food to be boxed up. Don't have to pay my half of the bill.
Standard.
Yeah, you're not getting away with that.
That's unfortunate. 2 trebles, but they're next door.
$15. 60.
That was a yodel visit. They were all next door.
Yeah. Well, he's still got a chance here. 140 would have been
100.
terrific, but you'll
Lee
take a ton
required
after those two.
122.
4 18s and ball. Oh dear. Is he feeling the pressure?
40.
You may well
Gary
be watching
require
some of the most
80.
significant darts we are going to see today, because Gary Stafford steps forth to the oche, wanting 80.
Got to watch the bust here.
Tops.
42.
Oh, and yet again.
Lee
Just
require
the other side
82.
of the upright that separates the 2 targets. Oh, bang in the middle of the ball.
Game,
Ooh,
shot, and
lucky,
match.
lucky
Lee
man.
Cox.
Fair play to Lee Cox, and you can see the relief, because that would have been Group A changer had Gary Stafford managed to find tops, but it is Lee Cox who goes back on top on 18 points and plus 12 the leg difference. Up next, Richie Howson back in action against our ADC qualifier, Johnny Nelson.
Game 6 of today's play here at the MODUS Super Series sees the Owl, Richie Howson, return to action in a much worse predicament than he started today. His defeat to Robert Thornton, compounded by 2 wins for Lee Cox, the league leader, who just got over the line in that last match against Gary Stafford. I've seen Howson probably now in need of winning all 4 of his remaining games, including this one against ADC qualifier John Nelson. And Howson then hoping for the top 2 to falter if he has designs on top spot and automatic qualification for finals night. But you can only play 1 match at a time, so it will be a case for Howson against Nelson of first gain the victory and then make the best use of it you can. Back to Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, I echo those sentiments. Priority number 1 for Howson is just to get the win and close the gap. This is the final cycle of the second round of matches. And, well, if he loses this one, it's his race is run in terms of winning the table for me, because he will then remain 6 points off the top with only 6 points available, and that would mean, of course, that Lee Cox would have to lose all of his remaining matches, which...
First leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
More to the point, if he loses this game, he's in serious jeopardy of dropping into Group C. Now, if Richie Howson drops into that Group C, good luck, everyone, picking that.
Yeah, that would be... well, the way he's played this week so far, it would be a huge shot
60
for him to end up there. But priority number 1 for Richie Howson is to win it and try and win this big, because
57
again an issue. He's on +6. Thornton +15. Lee Cox +12.
85.
Realistically, he needs to win this 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a score correction there, I do believe. Will soon be resolved.
One of those things that happens every now and then. We use computer-based technology at the Super Series, as we know. Technology can sometimes have its moments, so...
Yeah, it's never the most reliable and will occasionally glitch.
That gives us the opportunity, whilst we have a couple of minutes, to have a chat about what we've seen so far today at the Super Series. And what we have seen so far is Robert Thornton really come out of the traps.
Yeah, 2 games in and 202 plus averages has been outstanding in terms of consistency.
Last score for Richie was 85.
I mean, he showed that yesterday, didn't he? Back-to-back averages of 98.6. And then had a little bit of a wobble. But today, he is really stamping down his authority.
44.
However, Lee Cox has stayed strong, dodged a bullet in the last one, just edging out Gary Stafford, who had 1 dart at tops. Had that gone in, of course,
100.
Thornton would have been in pole position.
$58.
Gonna worry about John Nelson. Just don't want to see his head drop.
140.
So use today. It's prep for tomorrow.
100. Richie required 116.
It's effectively 5 practice matches against some of the best players outside the PDC. On TV, on a stage.
42. 58. Richie requires 74.
There's a lot of moving parts, so then it all comes down to a lot more timing.
Game shot on the first leg. Richie Howson.
Early enough for Richie. An 18-dart hole with the 74 out. Yeah, if you watch the Nelson
second
throw,
leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
There's a bit of rotation, and then there's a movement, resets back. This is actually
100.
a lot less movement there than there was towards the back end of leg 1.
$41.
see the head climb and move, and
58.
And that's where inconsistency will come in, because you've got to time everything. Every little movement's got to be in sequence for it to work. We see it with someone like John Henderson or Peter Mann. They have that
100.
Rock. Don't get me wrong, when they time it right, it works very well. Doesn't look too much side on.
125.
Which tells me it's a twist of the upper body where sets himself, then locks in that position, and then the dart is thrown. So upon there, boom.
100.
Solid. Although still slightly unconventional. You see there's a dip down, then a return,
96.
and then the throwing action comes in. There's no one size that fits all. We've seen loads of different styles over the years, haven't we?
140. John, you require 122.
Some more unique than others. Bit Clatton-like, isn't it, the Nelson throw?
Yeah, a player you mentioned yesterday in Kerry Morgan.
90. Richie, you require 120.
That first dart was way too low to
60.
be any kind of
John,
guide for Howson. So
32.
Nelson returns to the 32 for a level game.
I mean, when you think of Phil Taylor's, I mean, it was across his face and...
24. Richie requires 60.
Steal.
Game shot on the second leg. Richie Howson.
Coming down in increments of one, as we see quite often. Not Mr. Darter.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Out,
Game on.
60 out in 2. An 18 darter followed by a 17.
$100.
Sam Cankett and Lee Cox up next.
58.
Again, an opportunity for Lee Cox to pull 4 clear from his nearest rival, Robert Thornton.
91. $60.
Honour to you who are tuning in to us via social media. You can get in touch with us today. It's our 2-year anniversary. We have a tungsten teaser at MSS Darts on Twitter. We also want you to get involved with some
100.
of your favourite moments. They can be serious. They can also be a little bit comical. There you go. There's the hashtag. We've even got a hashtag these days. Modus Memories.
93.
Yeah, sure. Favourite moments of watching Modus Super Series.
I reckon we should do a
60.
bloopers and gaffs segment later on today.
Yeah, there'll be a few of those. He's had a dart. You can see where the squares
100. Richie require 150.
Smoke. The smoke machine on finals nights. Well, they were open for a while, and I think it was Stephen Burton's dart that went for a Burton.
Game shot on the third leg.
150.
Richie Howson.
For Richie Howson. What a beautiful finish that was. 15 dart hold.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Who fell off the back of the stage? Someone fell off the back of the stage.
45.
Who was that? I'm surprised there's not been more, actually.
Famous Manly Jenkins game.
Yeah. Yeah,
100.
that was a bit special. 3 out of 3 on the double shear for Howson.
60.
This is just typical Howson. 91 average, good on the doubles.
Yep. Good on the 140s. 3 of them.
100.
And he'll know this situation. He's got this kind of luxury to play with a bit of freedom. Realistically, his chances are few and far between to actually get through. So just try and play yourself in some form for the rest of the week. And you kind of got that bit of a bonus because he's originally put in Group C this week, but because of other circumstances, he's got the full 5 days, and he may get the chance of playing Group B. You've got a better chance of getting through in the first place.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 from 5 going through Group B. And, of course, it means he can have a bit of a lie-in on Thursday and Friday morning. He
57.
End up doing a bit of fishing, knowing him, throughout the day. Stick the bivvy up. Stick the bait alarms on and have a snooze.
Well, if you're going fishing around Portsmouth, all you'll probably find is discarded cans of Special Brew.
Yeah, and the odd supermarket trolley. Couple of mopeds.
83. Richie required 156.
Probably e-scooters as well these days. Well, he had a 150 in the previous leg. Can he finish with a 156? Not on this occasion.
100. John, you require 160.
No Hail Mary for Nelson, so Howson with the opportunity.
96.
To
Richie
seal a 4-0
56.
success, just to keep him with a glimmer of hope. Tops. Now double 10.
46.
Not to be this time.
John, you require 64.
A chance to get a bit of a consolation leg. 17 for tops.
$44.
As soon
Richie
as
required
the dart
10.
was released, you could hear the groan from John Nelson.
Game,
But the groan of John will be the joy of Richie
Howson.
as Howson seals a 4-0 success against our ADC qualifier, moves him on to 14 points. It's another impressive performance, 85.89 the average in the end, 57% on the checkouts, which included that brilliant 150 finish. For John Nelson, it's a defeat for him, which puts him now to the bottom of the table on the legs difference. We've now played 2 rounds of fixtures for our day. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Chris Mason is going to make his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy as to what we have seen today. And then following that, we're going to see the man at the top of the table in action. It's Lee Cox. He takes on Cankett next.
Welcome back. Well, we are a couple of rounds of fixtures down today. 3 more rounds to go in Group A, and the table is looking pretty handy for Lee Cox, who's about to play once again in a good position, and Richie Howson, despite that 4-0 win before the break, has it all to do. Yeah,
he just can't close that gap, and credit to Lee Cox. He's rode out the threat from Robert Thornton, who's been in a class of his own today, hasn't he? Two matches played and 202 plus averages, and he'll have to carry that on all day, because at some point, of course, Robert Thornton and Lee Cox will clash, and it may come down to that match.
Yeah, the numbers do not lie, and that is true for the history of this event. Of course, we are celebrating our 2-year birthday at the Super Series today, and we are going to take a look now at some of the stats, some of the numbers from the last couple of years. Chris, some of this really blows your mind, doesn't it, when you look at the amount of legs played, etc.
Yeah, 11-9 darters, 93 170 finishes, 17,825 180s. And again, that high average that was set so early in our inception, 118.44 from Jason Askew, and a running average over all of that of 86.28. Credit to the players.
Well, that's quantity. Let's have a look now at quality with the top tier stats from the last couple of years. 782 ton plus averages. We spoke about the fastest games earlier in the week, but I find that one at the bottom very interesting there. An awful lot of perfect checkouts from players.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen one so far, haven't we, this week, where it's gone from four, that 103.66 from the man up next, Lee Cox. But yeah, the one in there that I find fascinating is the 180s per game, 2.07 per game.
And that special mention as well, only on one occasion has a player hit 4 ton plus checkouts in the same game. Graham Usher there with those finishes, and included a 9-dart leg. Yeah,
that was the perfect game for him, wasn't it? It was a remarkable performance, and yeah, all credit to him. And he's gone on to get a tour card, and he's doing okay.
Funny you say that, because he's not the only one, is he, to go and get a PDC tour card?
So I seamlessly did that.
You've done this before, haven't
you?
29 players have gained PDC tour cards since playing in this, so I mean, some of the names will be familiar to our viewers, but what does that say about what this is doing for the players and their opportunity to become better?
Yeah, exactly. And every time that they are interviewed, not just here but away from here, and you know, by the many YouTube darting channels, and they discuss this with them, and they say the advantage of playing in this environment sets you up perfectly. You're playing under the lights, you're playing against quality opponents, and when you then go to Q School, you're not going there with your eyes wide shut. You know, you go in there knowing what's going on. I mean, that 29 players over the course of 2 years, when you think how few tour cards are available, that's an incredible strike rate, and it speaks volumes. Not just for the players, but the opportunity that the Super Series gives dart players.
Yeah, and it's not just the finds like your Graham Halls, Jan Van Veens, Dylan Slevin. Richie Burnett came back and played in this, made the quarterfinals of the UK Open.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Burness is another one. Aaron Monk. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many, and let's not forget as well, there's so many that just missed out that have gone on to play Challenge Tour and then get on the Pro Tour because they were so close. Thibaut Tricol being one of them.
Yeah, well, a couple of players behind us that are hoping to follow in their footsteps and maybe making their case in the next match. So let's see what they can do. Chris Mason's going to head down to join Henry Deacon to talk you through this one. It is Lee Cox against Sam Cankett.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, just going back to that tour card conversation. Now, as you saw there, 29 players in 2 years have won a tour card or got a tour card, whether it's via Q School or via other means on the Super Series. Now, just to put that into a little bit more context for you, the 2023 PDC Q School between both the UK and Germany, only 29 tour cards were available. Now, that just shows the success and strike rate that the Super Series has had in its 2 years involved, that the amount of players that have won tour cards on the Super Series was the same amount that was available at Q School this year.
First leg, it's Sam to throw
exactly
first. Game on.
It's quite incredible when you actually break that down and the strike rate of the players that have played here to the ones that didn't play here. It just proves it's
46.
It's a great opportunity for the players to get used to an environment that, well, not quite replicates that. But certainly playing on Pro Tour where you're, you know, on the streamed boards and everything else.
See, ideal, perfect preparation.
100.
That sort of life.
That's exactly what it is. It's huge. And it can't be ignored, which is why a lot of
58.
Those players that are on Challenge Tour are all keen to get involved. And of course, the financial implications of playing in the Super Series and the money on offer and what that can do for you going forward in terms of taking the pressure off and allowing you to compete in tournaments where
99.
you might not have been able to afford before.
And it's the one that players
41.
want to be involved in, and it's sort of tournament where players are asking, and not just any player, these are big name players that are asking to play in this tournament.
100.
I mean, Andy Bolton mentioned as soon as he lost his tour card, he was straight on the blower to play in this tournament.
Absolutely. We only got to look at the reaction from
134. Lee, you require 104.
He was, and Raymond Smith. You know, it's huge. And huge for darts in general. We've already seen the impact and the fact that we're going to get
40.
the ADC providing qualifiers from that part of the world.
Game shot on the first leg. Sam
The man from
Cankett.
Wales takes the opening leg against the man from England.
Yeah, one dart for Lee. There's Sam
Second leg, it's Lee to throw
16
first.
16 dart
Game
hold.
I think the biggest expansion area in terms of the Super Series has been America
85.
recently. Like Lowby, Gates, Butler, Cameron from Canada, of course.
Yeah, that's only going to... Well, we had Matt Campbell before that as well, who went on to get a card.
100.
Yeah, that's only going to increase. What they will do, you see, is incorporate it with and tie it up with other events over here.
100.
There's going to be a couple more American players going to be participating as well.
Well, and the one I'm hoping is going to happen, and it's certainly on the cards, is our Women's Week. But of course, we've got you can't have a Women's Week without Suzuki, who's already played, of course,
100.
down in Southampton.
Beat Kevin Painter twice, didn't he?
Of course, it's a logistical nightmare getting the top
60.
12 women dart players from around the world. I mean, that would be incredible to put that on.
We're going to be spending some money, mate. We're going to make some Fiend Week, shall we?
Fallon, Bo, Lisa,
26.
Mercuru, Aileen.
Lorraine and Stanley.
Yeah.
Rihanna Sullivan's playing really well.
Rihanna Sullivan. Yeah, that would
97.
be something else, isn't it? Wouldn't it?
Tying it in maybe just before the Women's World Match play. That'd be a great.
Yeah, well, that's the time to do it. And what great preparation as well.
104.
It would be perfect.
Game shot on the second leg.
2 out of 2 on the doubles. 15 darter that time, taking out the 104.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Got Lee Cox in a spot of bother here. You know who Thornton will be cheering on.
85.
I'm sure he's just quietly in the practice room watching.
Yeah. I actually asked him on my way through up to Murph, what on earth did you have for breakfast this morning? He said porridge. All right, get that on my checklist. Get that in my trolley.
40.
Wonder if he had jam in there.
$85. 83.
We can't downplay the significance of this game in terms of Sam Cankett's week, because a win here would put him level on 14 points with Richie Howson. He still has to bridge that gap in terms of leg difference to the Owl. But you put him in Group C, even though we got a very strong cast list, he is going to be a contender on the basis of what we've seen this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
89.
The stages so far, I think we've seen some of the best parts of the players' games.
82.
Quick shout out.
Require 150.
Those of you from the West Midlands who played for West Midlands County, as I did, one of the people,
134.
originators
Sam, you
of
require
that county team.
116.
Jack Jones has a memorial tournament on the 29th of May at Gilbert's, or Gilbert's if you're from the West Midlands.
76. Lee requires 16.
That's Field Street in Willenhall. Go and support it in memory of Jack. 40. He was a fabulous fella.
Ooh. 30.
Oh, he's gone from
Lee requires
2
4
to 2 from 5, and he's opened the door for Lee Cox. Double 1. Ooh, bent the wire. Moved
Game
it.
shot on the third
Gets
lay.
it.
Lee Cox.
And he is back in this one with that break of throw.
How crucial could that be? Sam Cankett missing 3 darts for a 3-0 lead. And over the last couple of matches, Lee Cox has just had to dodge a couple of bullets here and there.
60.
Over the line against Gary Stafford. Now, Stafford had his opportunities to go on and win that particular match. And here, Cankett missing
43.
those darts for a 3-0 lead. How much could that come back to cost him?
Oh, look at the difference in
Lee
Cox.
180.
Piling in his first max of the match. Would that have gone in? Had he been 3-0 down, got his tail up.
38.
Well, that's the other way. Cankett looks as if his tail might be going between his legs a little bit.
45.
And when you're at the top of the group, sometimes you don't have to play at your best. You just find a way of winning matches. And it could be the reason why Lee Cox is our Group A winner, just by carving a way out to pick up the points.
Sometimes
100.
Listen, we all want to go up there and play like Robert Thornton has today, but sometimes you just got to win ugly. Nothing ugly about this.
140. Lee require 116.
We've seen Cankett nail a 104 in this match. And Cox get the 116 to level
96.
us up. Just
Sam,
drags below.
140.
But he is going to return for the double 10 for a level game. A game where Sam Cankett had 3 darts
60.
for
Lee
a 3-0 lead.
20.
And in next to no time, we may find ourselves back level again. And indeed we do.
Fourth lay. Lee Cox.
Last start late. Finding the double 5.
Fifth leg, it's Sam to throw first.
Cankett
Game on.
is waiting on 80 to re-establish that 2-leg cushion he created.
60.
Winning legs 1 and 2. But now we've got a game on our hands.
Very much so.
125.
And Cox has already wrestled the darts away from Cankett's grasp.
140.
But that's a good response from the Welshman. He represented his country at the WDF Europe Cup in 2022. Over in Spain, that was. Not bad clients for an international tournament.
Yeah, always an honour. Playing international darts, one of my personal career highlights, playing for
98.
For England. Fortunately, it wasn't anywhere as glamorous as Spain. It was Merthyr Tydfil. There you go. Here's what it is.
100. 97.
I'm sure the sun was still shining.
I don't know what time of the year it was, but unless it was the height of summer, probably
106.
For a second ton plus checkout. Not to be, so Cox to turn this game on its head.
50. Lee requires 76.
2 darts, a double 8. He only needs the 1, and that's a breaker throw. And suddenly from nowhere, he's throwing for the match.
3 legs on the spin now. Breaker throw.
6 leg, it's Lee to throw
just
first.
That, Henry.
Game on.
Throwing to pull clear of the field.
And he's tunned Sam Cankett into submission.
100.
Well, that's his 12th ton plus score of this match. Just consistently finding a treble with every single
60.
visit. As a consequence, Cankett's been playing catch-up more often than not in legs.
95. 55.
Taking a 2-0 lead, he's just sort of lost his way, hasn't he? He was averaging 99, wasn't he, after the opening 2 legs? Down at 85 now.
140.
At least keeps him interested, but Cox is 6 starts and 2-10 away. We're moving on to 20 points.
100.
A magical milestone, a seismic figure in terms of Group A action, because it, by and large, puts you on the cusp of qualification.
Lee require 110.
Yeah, 20 points in this field.
94.
13 matches will be very, very close.
140. Lee requires 16. 8.
I did hear from a regular.
Sammy requires 60.
Super Series, David Wazowski. When I was mentioned, I thought Lee Cox was in the building trade. In fact, he was. He used to be a fencer, not the one with swords, of course.
50.
And he's now doing.
Lee require
in the
8.
air conditioning business, which is a little bit futile at this time of year.
Can he keep his cool here on double 2?
Can he bring
4.
the heat?
Wasn't a fan.
Sammy required 10.
He's not a fan of that. Double 2.
6. Lee required 4.
For another huge win, another win where he's had his trials and tribulations.
No score.
But he hasn't got over the line yet. So Cankett returned to take us the distance. 3 from 21 now on the doubles, Lee Cox. Can he find a way through?
Yeah, top corner.
No score. Lee required 4. Game, shots.
Well, it doesn't matter how Lee Cox is over the line. He picks up 2 big, moves him on to 20. He gets the better of Sam Cankett by 4 legs to 2. He had to survive 3 darts at double to go 3-0 down in that match. But it is Lee Cox who gets over the line. He is the victor over Sam Cankett by 4 legs to 2. And so, Robert Thornton into bat now. We're going to see what he does in response. He takes on John Nelson, who's already beaten him twice this week. And that's coming up after this short break.
Well, the chase is on here at the MODUS Super Series, where we are reminiscing over the last couple of years since the tournament started 2 years ago on this very day. Robert Thornton has been a big part of it as well, and he is trying to hunt down the league leader, Lee Cox. Both players just keep on winning. John Nelson, though, has been the thorn in his side this week, and he stands in the way of his progress here. Will it change? And can Thornton catch up with Lee Cox? Still to play. What a game that could be later on today. Do get in touch with us with your MODUS memories on the hashtag you just saw there. Will this one be one to remember as the chase continues? It's Cox and Roberts in the race for the top two. But as I said, Nelson has been a tough nut for the Thorn to crack. Can he do it this time? Let's find out in the company of Mason Henry.
Cheers, Murph. Well, even though the odds compilers have said no for 2 days, he was 2-7. He's now 2-11, Thornton. The punt for me here on the form he has shown so far. Remember, 2 matches in. Both matches he produced averages in excess of 102. Minus 2.5, so to win 4-1 or better is even money. I think that's the Shrewdies bet here. And their running averages of the day is nearly 30 points between them.
But this is the thing about the Super Series, because at any given game, anything can happen. And the 2 fixtures these two played against with each other this week has most certainly been the case.
First. Game on.
Just for confirmation, Lee is back fencing. I didn't think air conditioning in the UK would be a good career move.
60.
I want to ask you a question just on that subject. Obviously, you're aware of Insulate Britain.
Yes, I'm wondering where we're going
99.
Here.
And you know about global warming.
I'm still wondering where we're going
99.
here.
Why are we insulate Britain if we've got global warming? I asked my local
93.
MP the question, and he said, I'll write to you. I'm still waiting. That's nearly a year on. Just saying.
140.
I'm just going to go and sit on the side of the road and just ponder those thoughts.
99.
Anyway, question time will be back. It's the 2-year anniversary of the Super Series today, so if you do have any questions, do send them in.
Not global or insulate Britain related, please. I'll ask those questions, thanks.
40. Robert, you require 117.
We have to do some solidarity tomorrow, not have any commentary or press.
43. John, you require 170.
You'll sort it out flying in on a private jet.
44. Robert, you require 74.
For Thornton for 1-0 lead.
Ball.
49. John, you require 126.
Well, the reaction said it all for the Thorn.
If he loses here, it would be
54.
an absolute disaster.
Robert, you require 25.
That would mean the match against Lee Cox would be irrelevant.
21.
Because
John, you require 72.
John Nelson would mean that Lee Cox remains the 4 points in front. Double 12.
60. Robert, you require 4. Game shot on the first leg.
To get over the line in the end, and as well as he's played for the first 2 games, he's got a little bit of a rub of the green in that one.
Just shows you about the
second leg. It's John to throw
mind
first.
games in this sport.
On. 58.
Surely got to be getting David Bazuski, haven't we? He's got to be due down at some point.
Surely.
Yeah, I've seen him for a while.
82.
And just back to the question, themed weeks, what should we have? So we want the Women's Week.
We've got to have a Women's Week.
140.
We're going to do it. I think we're doing another Legends Week.
So there's 2. Next Gen Week, 18 to 25.
Yeah, got to be, hasn't it? Got to be
85.
Got to be a Dev Tour Week.
International Week. So you have players all outside the United Kingdom.
Loving that.
49.
Maybe a Champion of Champions Week where winners of events outside the Super Series, possibly.
95.
Yeah, well, the ultimate one is when we get 12 of our Champion of Champions Week, so the 12 20 grand
100.
Winners. I have spoke to the powers that be, and they have informed me, watch this space, it's going to be a mega week.
137.
12 20 grand
John,
winners all being brought together.
154.
The ultimate champion of champions.
To
74.
be fair, we haven't spent much money today. We're just giving ideas for free.
Oh, well, 42, yeah, that's the right shot. Bigger target, and he's only just missed out.
62.
Pressured the 80,
John,
though.
you require 80.
Yeah, if you've got any ideas for a... Ooh, that was a bit close for comfort. If you've got any ideas for a themed week that you'd like to see, get in
Robert,
touch
you
with
require
us
40.
at MSS Darts on social media. Henry will read out your suggestions.
20.
What is going on here?
John, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg.
There we are, one
John
apiece.
Nelson.
Robert Thornton in the first 2 legs has missed 6 darts at double.
And he's about 30 points off of his running average for the
Third
day.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Which sounds ridiculous when you say it like that.
60.
Robert has had a sizable break between his second and
100.
third matches. He's had 3 games off before coming to the Oki against John Nelson. Nelson only with a solitary game off after that defeat to Richie Howson in
95.
game 6.
Yeah, about 45, 50 minutes, isn't it, since his last start on the stage.
96.
You are joining us and you're outside of the UK and not watching
46.
watching us on Sporty Stuff TV, watching us on our MSS YouTube channel. Welcome along. Please subscribe. Just take a second to give us a thumbs up. Helps with all the analytics, and don't forget to hit that alert bell. There's a lot of extra content on there. Interviews, reviews, previews.
85.
Henry singing and
You don't want that.
his tungsten teasers, maybe.
Yeah, Matthew Eggers tweeted in to say, how has he got a graphic? I'm asking the same question.
92.
Edgar has a graphic, doesn't he? Have that dancing
93.
thing.
John, you require 130.
If you've not had a look at that content, head over there. 5.
No score.
He's bust.
Robert, you
He's
require
done a Phil Taylor against Aidan
122.
Kirk.
It's a blast from the past, mate. 18 for tops.
82.
Yeah, Edgar TV,
John,
isn't
you
it?
require 130.
Self-recorded quite an interesting one
58.
too long ago. Well,
Robert,
they
you
were
require
both down here. I
40.
think did it from the house. A
Game
Dr.
shot on the
Darts
third leg.
themed
Robert Thornton.
vlog type thingy, whatever they're called. As you can tell, I'm right up to speed with all of that.
Fourth leg, it's
But
John
yeah,
to throw
it's
first.
interesting,
Game on.
informative. I do believe they did it live as well, so they were taking in some questions.
60.
Another good
60.
suggestion. Wayne Willis. Boys from the Black Country Week.
96.
Reese Colley, Wayne Jones, Ian Jones, Matty Denon. Fair few to pick from, isn't there?
60.
Just one off the top of my head. We could have winners of certain tournaments week. So, say for example, you could have a World Masters Winners Week. Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Mark
60.
Durbridge.
Like it. Dozer.
Yeah. Wesley Placier, the reigning champion. Bo Greaves, the reigning women's champion. Lisa Ashton, Trina Gulliver.
Ooh,
98.
a World Masters Week.
Get like a mini replica trophy, maybe.
Like it.
Do that for a couple of the events. World Masters.
60.
Could have a World Championship special, so we can invite former BDO, WDF/PDC World Champions who are eligible. We won't have enough for a World Match Play one, just because Phil won it a couple of
121.
times. We'll have to have a World Match Play Legends Week.
$83.
If it's semi-finalists, then onwards would be all right, because semi-finals of the Masters, semi-finals of the World, semi-finals of the Match Play.
Could still invite Martin Adams for the semi-finalists of the World Match Play.
Ooh, not a lot of people remember that.
2001, lost to
80.
the Power, didn't he, in that semi-final?
They did
John,
the
you
Grand Prix
require
as well, didn't he?
142.
Great game with John Lowe.
Mm.
$60. Robert, you
Often get
require
that from the casual. He
82.
never played PDC. He did. Double 16. Double 8.
66. John, you
It's a
require 82.
Capitulation, and he's done this twice now against John Nelson. He's hit the ball. Wow, long way off. Not even a guide or a marker or a feeler dart.
74. Robert, you require 16.
Scott Baker as well, another one from the Black Country Boys Week.
12. John, you require 8.
Madhouse.
No
Madness.
score. Robert, you require
And this crazy,
4.
crazy leg continues. Now it's Thornton's turn to head up to the
score.
double one to no avail.
John, you require 8.
And could one of the scrappiest legs of the week turn out to be one of the most important in terms of Group A. Because
Game
Nelson
shot on the
is
foreplay.
level. It's
John
Desmond.
Nelson.
It's 2-2.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
5th leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We're in for Robert. Wow, wow, wow. Martin Turner will be joining us
58.
at the Super Series. He has a suggestion. I'm not sure it will catch on. Bold-headed left-handers week.
To be fair, I'm not
60.
far off the bold-headedness, and I'm left-handed, so...
I'd like to play you for £5 I'd shave my head for that and play left-handed.
137.
It still beat me. Don't tell Jared Cole, will you?
137.
Keep the suggestions coming in. Leave them.
59.
Read out the fun ones. Another one.
68.
Terry Jenkins' son, Graham Jenkins. A father-son week. Pairs.
43.
Aaron didn't win his tour card. We could have had the ultimate best of 13 sets doubles. Colin and Aaron Monk against James and Josh. That's another idea for a week.
82.
Yeah, doubles week. I want to see a pairs week. Maybe a World Cup week. But it's pairs.
World mixed pairs.
60. John, you require 154.
I'll note this down on a notepad after this game. We'll come up and see if we can do like a whole phase of these specials.
I think
96. Robert, you
think a
require
World Cup week would work.
144.
one
58.
One
John, you require
team
58.
represented from one country or 12 countries around the world. Goodness, this is for 3-2.
No score. Robert, you require 86.
Just felt a little bit rushed. No rushing for Robert. He takes his time coming back to the board, knowing the significance, potentially, of this bullseye.
52.
It's bizarre where this
John, you
performance-
require
I mean,
58.
Look at him in that World Championships. It was never a performance anywhere near this or anything like it.
$42. Robert, you require 34.
Rarely see it. We're going to see it twice in a week. Nope.
2. John,
That's
you
the
require
right play
16.
of approaching that. Go for it first start and then split if you don't fancy it.
Absolutely.
No score. Robert, you require 32.
13 missed darts at a double. Thornton has missed 16, now 17 of his own.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Robert Thornton.
This hasn't been a classic, but it could weigh a ton of significance in terms of Thornton's week. 3-2 he leads.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Just the 34 points
59.
below his running average. So he's actually playing currently as well as he did with 2 darts
101.
in his opening 2 games.
Bonkers.
Well, his
60.
2-dart average over matches 1 and 2 was 68, which is exactly what he's averaging now.
96.
However, the 2 points all mean the same, regardless of average, and that's the way he's got to look at it.
Absolutely. He needs to.
100.
He just needs to win this game to get to that match against Lee Cox, which could well decide the fate of Group A, and that will follow our next match. Up next is Gary
58.
Stafford against Richie Howson. Then it will be the Lee Cox Robert Thornton game.
81. 99. 95. Robert, you require 147.
This is for the match. Well, this would be typical Robert Thornton if he could finish with a fanfare.
131.
Well, he set it up quite nicely, and so
John, you require
this
106.
106 resembles a Hail Mary now for John Nelson. I needed to go treble 17 and ball after that single 5, and so Thornton
Robert,
is back
60.
for double 8 for a 4-2 win, and to keep tabs with a table topper Lee Cox.
Game,
it hasn't been vintage Thornton, but
Thornton.
The win is all that matters in this particular scenario. It's a first win for Thornton against John Nelson this week at the Super Series. It's not a game which we'll be writing home about, but it is Thornton who claims a crucial 2 points in the context of the group. It moves him on to 18 ahead of that game against Lee Cox in a couple of matches' time. But next up for us, it's Richie Howson in action as he takes on Gary Stafford.
On we go then with the action here on Wednesday at the MODUS Super Series. That is, of course, the final day of Group A's play. And Richie Howson, well, he's looking to cement a spot at worst in Group B, and if he does beat Gary Stafford, it'll go a long way to doing that, but also keep alive his very faint hopes of actually winning this group. There is still the possibility of a three-way tie at the top of the table. Lee Cox and Robert Thornton still to play each other, and Howson still to play Lee Cox himself. So the Owl looking to just cling on to their coattails for now, but at worst, as I said, cement a spot in Group B. He's taking on Gary Stafford, who will be playing in Group C for the rest of this week. And to talk you through this one is Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. As far as Richie Howson is concerned, it's going to be about the consolidation of a Group B place on Thursday and Friday. And if he does exactly that, then he's going to be a heavy favourite the way that he's played over the last 3 days to qualify for Saturday night's finals, which is a bit of a redemption mission for the 57-year-old from Raynham, now a World Seniors Championship finalist. He's bettered that career best of previous times by making the semi-finals of the World Masters in the seniors category in 2022 at the world famous Lakeside. Up against him, Gary Stafford, who I think last time, Mal, I think we're just seeing a bit like John Nelson, a bit more of a settled nature on the stage. He would have felt as if he should have beaten Lee Cox in that 5th game of the day. No, he's a regular in that tournament in
100.
Southampton. I don't know whether he partook in that last night.
Yeah, you get some great competitive action there.
140.
Well, he formed he did, and I know that the action tonight in Waterlooville is closed off because it's a finals week this week, so...
44.
Our very own Scott Mitchell was playing in that particular event last night.
Yeah, I played in the
140.
the one in the Phoenix Club last year now, wasn't it? I lost in the semi-final to Brandon Weaning,
60.
son of Wayne Weaning, and he beat Whitlock in the final.
Yeah, he's a very good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind seeing him here at some point when he's next over in the
91.
UK.
Absolutely.
Another father-son one for the father and son week.
And Murph, I think, is trying to get me back on the bottle, reminding me of another final I lost in 2008.
55.
This time
Richie
to
required 130.
Felix McBrearty. It was the most bizarre tournament. Ooh, hello. Yeah, going to 54 for double A.
98.
I beat Wes Newton in round 2, and then I beat Tabern, so a bit of revenge. Alan Tabern, then Alex Roy, then Mark Walsh.
94.
And then,
Richie required 32.
Yeah, got beat by Felix in the final.
Game shot on the first leg. Richie Howson.
You well, Felix, if you're tuning in.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
13 darter there. Richie Howson. Just trying to consolidate
100.
his position in the table. Currently in 3rd, 2 points clear with this game in hand. So can pull 4 clear of Sam Cankett.
22.
I say priority number 1 in Group A is to finish somewhere in the top 3.
125. 48.
Robert Thornton was in that very tournament I was talking about then, the called Ireland Open Classic Players Championships. Yeah, Thornton was beaten in the
41.
quarterfinals by Colin Lloyd, 3-2.
And they didn't get paid by the letter, the trophy embroiders.
Actually, it was decent money. £5 the winner, £2.5 runner-up.
60.
Not bad dough. 15 years ago.
£5,000 is what the winner on Saturday night is going to get here at the Super Series. You can join us here on Saturday night at the Super Series.
90.
Yeah, come and have a darty party in Pompey. Come and have a selfie with the legend Henry.
100. Richie require 145.
That's either me or Andy Jenkins, isn't it?
Good point.
42.
Cue the text from Jenks.
And the black eye.
Howson here, 103 to back the break up in the opening leg with a hold. It's been comfortable for him so far. Averaging 96. Stafford hasn't really got out the starter's gate so far.
Though great canting there from Gary Stafford. Starting on the 19s on 271. Double 16 for 2-zip.
71. Gary, you require 170. $140. Richie require 32.
Nice pressure to this 32 for Howson.
24.
2-zip lead.
Gary, you require 30.
Now Gary hit a 140 in the last leg to
Game
leave this
shot on
double
the second
15.
leg. Gary
Mops up the
Stafford.
double 15 to level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Stafford has been a thorn in the side of players at the top end of the table so far today. Took Lee Cox all the way. Could have beaten, probably should have beaten
70.
Lee Cox in that match in game 5.
Just looking back at that tournament we were talking about.
180.
Felix McBrarity beat Colin Osborne, Michael Van Gerwen, Andy Hamilton, Colin Lloyd, and then me.
99.
Some going here from Richie Howson with his first max of the match.
Nearly plodding along on his way to a 9.
100.
Reminder that you can tweet us in with some of your MODUS memories. It's a 2-year anniversary. Wonder if we can get, there we go, the hashtag is back on. It feels like it's going in different places. You remember like back
60.
in the day when you had the DVD-ROM and it used to go different colours when it went into different corners. Wonder if we can get it in a different corner now. Can we get the hashtag back on screen? Just toying with the director now. Hashtag MODUS memories.
95.
There it is, look. Get in touch with us. Got any questions, suggestions, any of your favourite memories?
102. Richie require 126.
For the first time in the match, leaves the 170. And he will get a go, because that leaves 105. That can't be done in 2.
58. Gary require 170.
It will not be rivers of gold for Gary with the big fish.
100. Richie requires 68.
So for a 2-1 lead, and to continue what has been so far a breakathlon.
36. Gary requires 70.
Starts at double athlon for Richie Howson at the moment. Just 1 from 6. This man, 1 from 1. Tops.
50. Richie require 32.
We'll dart 16, find double 16.
Game
yes
shot
is the
third
answer for
leg.
Howson.
Richie Howson.
And that is another break. That is a 2-1 lead for the Owl, who, despite missing 5 darts at doubles,
Fourth
still
leg,
has
it's
an
Richie
average
to
just
throw
underneath the
first.
90 mark.
Game on.
And both of his doubles in this match finding the serenity of double 16.
Had a bit of a nightmare yesterday on double 16, didn't he?
100.
Then he made the switch to tops, didn't he,
Yeah.
midway through the day, and it came up trumps for him.
Yeah, paid dividends. You often see that with a player who have
83.
a run of missing their preferred double. I think that was something I liked about Michael Smith. He made the change, didn't he, and started when he was missing tops and tens. Made a conscious decision. Right, okay.
121.
Double 16.
$45. 60. 121.
To get involved with the tungsten teaser today. I know many of you have at home at MSS Darts. How many referees have reffed here at the Super Series?
100.
And answers from the weekly darts cast. Andrew Griffiths.
Did they get it right?
No.
100.
Not.
Richie required 120.
Lads, come on.
Hang tight and we'll give you the answer. Oh, up the ladder.
100.
But couldn't quite reach
Gary
the top rung.
required 152.
Great shot to see the angle. Another one of those. Oh, again, just next door. Yeah, great shot to see the actual angle of entry and
82.
below horizontal
Richie
they
required
actually
20.
A rare hold of throwing coming.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Richie Howson.
And it puts him one away from the victory post in the space of 17 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
It's Stafford with the throw
Game
to
on.
stay in the match. For Howson, a victory in this one would move him on to 16 points. It would open up a 4-point buffer on
42.
Cankett following the conclusion of 13 games. 2 more to go after this for each of our players. So it would pretty much show up, especially when you consider the legs difference gap his place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. A reminder of how the rest of the week will pan out after this.
60.
The top player will make their way through to Saturday night's final, which begins at 7:30, and then players 2 and 3 will participate in Group B. As Thursday and Friday night starts on 10. On Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, whilst the players in 4th, 5th and 6th play in Group C, where 2 from 6 will go through from 9:30 on Thursday and Friday morning. And what a cast list we have for Group C
100.
this week. The likes of Chaz Barstow, Neil Duff and Matt Clark entering the fray.
Yeah, Superman back in action. Who will be
59.
his kryptonite?
Well, not all heroes wear capes.
$140.
So close, of course, to winning Series 2, didn't he?
Only denied by a brilliant Raymond Smith.
100.
Amazing to think that that story for Matt Clark all hinged on a 156 checkout, which he nailed to beat Colin Monk 4-0. He thought he was eliminated from the whole competition. He was going to shake the hand of your good mate Mike Norton to
60.
say congratulations
Gary
on going
required
through, but
160.
he managed to see his way through. He won the week. He beat Kevin Painter in the final and was in a couple of darts of picking up the pot Stafford here, 160 to stay in the match.
100. Richie required 141.
Well, this would be some way to get the win. It's not going to happen, and so Stafford to bring it back to 3-2. Should get a couple of darts at tops.
97. Gary requires 60.
To keep it alive.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Gary Stafford.
Exactly what he does. Closes the gap to 1.
6th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
But it is Richie with the darts here to close this one out. Close the gap on Robert Thornton.
57.
And extend the gap to Sam Cankett. As it stands, Lee Cox 20 points, Thornton 18, Howson 14, Cankett 12. But the big
60.
game, in terms of who's going to go on and win the table, could well be decided in our very next match. Lee Cox and Robert Thornton duke it out for dominance.
180.
Second of the match.
$59.
So the ball now very much in Howson's court. 6-2, 6-4 with the darts for a 4-2 win. Reminder after this, it's the big one. Robert Thornton up against
58.
Lee Cox. The winner of that will put themselves in a good hand in terms of progression. Lee Cox wins that. It is debate over. He is in. Meanwhile, a win for Thornton in that match would put him top of the table
59.
on leg difference going into the final round of matches.
$60.
Well, that's two troublous visits there for Howson on the back of a max. And so 146 is the checkout. Could have left it much handier than that. Not that it's going to matter
60.
because
Richie required
Stafford, after 12 darts,
146.
only finds his way onto 263. To win in style, Richie. He's going to come back.
114.
Oh, tidies up beautifully. Picking off the bullseye to leave 32.
$32. Richie required 32.
For the win. Double 16 to move him on to 16 points. 2-8.
16.
He's going to return.
Yep, he'll have to wait a little longer.
$46. Richie requires 16.
Well, Stafford looks almost set to concede. But it's more mismatched darts.
Game, shot,
But it is
match.
Richie Howson who moves on to 16 points in Group A. He looks set now for a date with Group B darts on Thursday and Friday evening as he gets the better of Stafford by 4 legs to 2 with an 86.04 average, 2 maximums to his name. And so Howson with yet another win, another really steady, solid performance as well. Well, coming up after this short break, it is the game that looks set to decide Group A. A win for Lee Cox, and he will make it into Saturday night's final. He'll be the first player there. Meanwhile, if Robert Thornton can pick up the points, we will have a grandstand finale to Group A.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
The MODUS Super Series on your screen, and you could be here as well Saturday night. Tickets available via dartshop.tv, and they're absolutely free. And one of the players on your screen might be about to book their place in Saturday night's action. Lee Cox and Robert Thornton about to do battle in the crunch contest in this group. It's been a proper cops and robbers, or rather Cox and Robert chase today. Both Lee Cox and Robert Thornton have won all of their matches. Cox has won his last 7 in the group, including yesterday's fixture versus Thornton, avenging a 4-0 defeat in the very first match of this week. He's bounced back and found himself in the position of knowing that a win in this match would seal a first-place finish and therefore the first place at finals night. Defeat, and it goes down to their final fixtures, with a result-reliant outside chance still available for Richie Howson also. So, on a day we have focused on the past to mark the 2-year birthday of the MODUS Super Series, it's time to give full attention to the present, and 2 men with the gift of the gab will guide you through this critical contest. Over to Messrs Mason and Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, it's 7th heaven. 7 on the spin for Lee Cox. Well, Robert Thornton, give him hell. Chisholm and Robert Thornton's profile there, career best, a semi-final in the Grand Prix. Not quite sure he'd agree with that one. Might have to change that. Probably say, I don't know, what do you... Would it be the World Seniors Champion, or World Masters, or the UK Open, or the...
On the basis of who he
First
beat in
leg,
the
it's
final,
Lee to
if
throw
I was Robert,
first.
I'll be saying UK
Game
Open.
on.
Yeah,
To
I
beat
agree.
Phil Taylor in a major final.
In his pomp.
Prime Taylor.
Yeah. We're going to get a prime performance
100.
from these two on Monday. It was a demolition job.
43.
Thornton winning 4-0. Yesterday, revenge for Lee Cox as he pinched it 4-3.
100.
A worrying performance last time out from Robert Thornton. Averaged just 70
99.
and fell over the line against John Nelson 4-2. Missed 19 darts at a double.
77.
Last time out, that performance there from Richie Howson, 142. Averaged over 86, but he missed 12 darts at a double. Shows you how good the
99.
scoring phase of that match was for him.
He is going to be so, we've said it so many times today, but he is going to be so dangerous in that Group B.
140.
Friday night.
Yeah. Group C at the moment is looking like Charles Barstow, Neil Duff, Matt Clark,
76. Lee
John
require
Nelson, Gary
84.
Stafford, and Sam Cankett. Group B, Johnny Haynes, David Davis, Darryl Fitton, looking like Richie Howson, and
24.
one of these two.
Well, it's Cox who's got off to a better start here, but
140.
Thornton looking to pile the pressure on with a
Lee
max. So
requires
60 for the opening leg with the throw. Oh, hello. Okay, it's only going to be the one now at tops.
40. Robert, you require
Could
44.
that be an early mistake for the man they called Crafty Coxey? As
Game
Thornton
shot on the
steps
first
in
leg.
on all reliable.
Robert Thornton.
17 dart breaker throw, taking out the Motown, 4 tops in 2.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
We're not doing karaoke later, are we? It's part of the birthday celebrations.
Oh, soon. Well, I won't be there for it. My ears couldn't take it. Before the off,
7.
Lee was even money. Thornton, 8 to 11.
95.
A 7 that Thornton didn't want. Lee Cox, of course, unbeaten in 7.
60.
7 is also the score Charlie Courtefin got for his dancing.
Out of 50.
60.
Charlie, one of 11 referees who has graced this stage. The tungsten teaser for the day is, can you name the other 10?
60.
I'll give you one, an obvious one, a regular. Owen Binks, who actually at the recent UK Open did a TV match on stage 2.
44.
Also went to Bahrain recently, in case you noticed.
He never mentioned it, did he?
100.
Apparently so, yeah. Kept that on the down low. Also supports Colchester United, apparently.
Someone asked him.
126.
When once asked by fellow referee Kurt Bevins, what do you do with your life away from darts? His simple answer was, call you away in it.
136.
And he's not one of them.
100. Robert, you require 138.
Oh, hello, double 9.
129.
9.
Lee, you require 76.
So, once again, it's going to be the solitary dart at Tots for Cox.
56. Robert, you require
Which doesn't
9.
go, which drags below. And so Thornton returns for 2-0 lead to back the break up with a hold. Double 4.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's
Robert
doing what he needs to
Thornton.
do. He is pumped up, fired up, knowing the significance of this match. And he is halfway towards a victory, which would put him top of the
Leggett needs to
table
throw
at
first.
this
Game on.
crucial juncture.
Yeah, time for Lee to go to work here.
140.
A must-win leg.
58.
Should have done another teaser. Can you name all the presenters since we had the presenter here? You got 2 in this commentary box.
Yep.
100. 180.
No, not yet. I'm sure that day's going to come.
Yeah, gotta be, hasn't it? Gotta happen.
100.
Led by the brilliant Abigail Davies and Chris Murphy.
57. Lee require 161.
So 161 for Cox. He's got 6 from here, so doesn't have to attack the bullseye route if he doesn't want to.
97.
He'll just set up quite nicely.
Nice strong leg. 140. Ton, 97 from Lee.
85. Lee requires 64.
And so the 16's corridor to get himself a chalk on the board. And so once again, it's going to be one dart at tops at the end of the leg, and it feels
Robert,
like a case of dart déjà vu.
121.
Because in all 3 legs, he's had a dart at tops to win it, and all 3 times he's dragged just below the double bed. And so Thornton wanting treble 17 for the bullseye on the back of a 1-2-1.
Lee required 20. Game shot on the third leg.
Back to 2-1. He's still in this match, but Thornton with the throw to re-establish the 2-leg buffer in this
Fourth
match.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Nice hold there from Lee, just to steady the ship.
140. 140. 140.
What a time to put in a leg that begins 140 max to Robert Thornton with the darts to really put Cox under it.
140. 100.
This is what major champions do. This is what champions of the world in the seniors variety does. But have a bit of that.
180. Robert, you require 81. Game shot on the fourth leg. Robert Thornton.
Pinpointing the ball.
Beautiful leg, wasn't it? 140, 180 ton.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Dart hold and a 3-1 lead.
Lee Cox hit back-to-back 140s and a max and didn't get a dart double.
Yeah, 41 after 9 and didn't get a go at it. Tough school.
96. 100.
Well, this is the version of Thornton we've seen in the
81.
Opening 2 matches of his day.
$70.
If he can wrap this up 4-1, he will go on to 20 points and plus 20 in leg difference. You've got a player that
100
points are equal to their, in a positive nature of their leg difference. You know, they're playing very well. Lee Cox will be on 20 points himself, but minus 11. Sorry, plus 11, a 9-point difference.
I'd love to know how you got to minus 11 or 20 points.
60.
He lost 11-0.
Yeah, too many numbers.
Must have been playing Southampton, lost 9-0.
$43.
The win against Accrington
Robert,
last
you require
night.
164.
Still a win here for 164.
Who are they?
Exactly.
$75. Lee, you require 131.
Hail Mary.
$91. Robert, you require 89.
Should, at a minimum, get a dart at the ball off this combination. And that is exactly what he wants for the match.
Game, shots,
and it is back-to-back bullseye finishes, which puts Robert Thornton in pole position when it comes to qualification from Group A. He gets the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1. And it is he who moves top of the table on legs difference. Both players on 20 points. Thornton now plus 20 in the legs difference column. And so Thornton, with a 90.77 average, a 4-1 win, is in pole position now to go through and qualify. Actually, when you look at the league table, Thornton now can only go to a worse of plus 16. Cox at the best plus 15, so that's good enough now for Robert Thornton. And so, one more round of matches to go for them, but we're going to see Howson against Cankett up next. It's their penultimate match of the group.
Well, a big victory before the break there for Robert Thornton. It does put him in pole position now to qualify from this group. Top of the table on 20 points, but Lee Cox still in with a shout. Same amount of points and still in with an outside chance. Richie Howson as well needs to win both of his matches and hope for results to go his way. One of them is against Lee Cox, but probably needs a big win in this one. He faces the man just below him in the table, fourth place, Sam Cankett, the Welshman. Goes up against the Owl in the pair's penultimate fixture of the day. And on hand to guide you through this and every other match today, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Who has just bought a calculator in the advert break.
Well, you went a bit early, mate, that's all.
Yeah, story of my life. Well, Richie Howson, the 57-year-old from Raynham in Essex, up against the 29-year-old Sam Cankett from Pontypool. As Murph explained, Howson's still have an outside squeak, but a lot of things has got to go his way. He's got to win both matches convincingly and then hope that Thornton loses out to Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, the run-in, Richie plays Lee Cox, so that's a tough one. I'd make Richie favourite. I'll just check what the compilers say. Yeah, Richie Howson's 4-7 favourite. 5-4 Lee Cox, and then Thornton plays Stafford. 10-3 Stafford, 1-5 Thornton. I mean, if it goes as we expect, it's Thornton coming out on top.
140.
Richie has this one to play against Sam, and as I mentioned, his final match against Lee.
85.
I've had a few tweets from people asking about the ADC Vault Series. Now, the ADC has been a great route for players to qualify for this. Now, the Vault Series has been the key route, and the Round Robin Series 1 is coming towards a conclusion. It's the finals weekend on Saturday the 1st and Sunday the 2nd of April in their regional areas. The winner of every region will get to play here at the MODUS Super Series. So the top 8 players in every region receive a payout. The top 12 players in every region, every series will qualify for the finals.
57.
A total of 36 players per region will qualify. Then the top 32 players in every region, every series will play off for a MODUS Super Series spot. There's venues in South East and London that'll be holding it in the North East, Scotland, Wales, and all over the nation.
Get involved.
A great tweet at Dart Circuit on Twitter,
60.
which has all of the tournament information. So do follow that thread for more information, that is for sure.
120.
Good recovery.
Richie
Super
require
Sam.
104.
Wonder where he came up with that nickname.
I don't know, but it's
96.
one of my favourites.
Sammy require 99.
Steve Lennon, Scuba Steve. Of course, from the film Big Daddy,
39.
isn't it?
Richie require 8.
Great film.
Yeah, I'm a big
Game
fan.
shot on the first leg. Richie Howson. Second leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Howson's a fan of that double 4 to take a 1-0 lead here.
$40.
Sam won this tie on Monday. 4-3.
60.
Yesterday, Richie got revenge, winning 4-1 with a 95.26 end average, 50% on the doubles, and a high out of 120.
28. $55. $45.
We have had a tweet in with some of our Modus Memories. Peter has got in touch. There we go. There's the hashtag. To be honest, I might just say it every leg now just to test the direction.
Might as well just leave it up there.
Yeah, shall we just leave it up there for the leg?
Stick it in a corner somewhere.
Peter said his Modus Memory, it was Wes Newton tapping his opponent on his shoulders. He lost
60.
a flight. And the opponent, he can't remember his name, he had a 180 because of it. Here we go. There's the hashtag again.
140.
A floating hashtag. Good effort, lads. It didn't really look particularly
30. Richie required 146.
Hollywood. That wasn't.
They're learning, aren't they?
Wasn't Spielberg-esque, was it? That.
No, but we did have a floater.
92.
It's good to see that all the equipment that we have is being put to good use.
They moan about us spending millions.
So Howson 54
43.
for 2-0 leads. We
Richie
head back to the
required
serious
54.
business that is the darts. Tops. It's
14.
going to return.
$60. Richie required 40. Game shot.
There it is. Break it throw. 2-0 lead. Richie Howson is in full command of this match. 19 dart leg, 86 average
Third
just
leg, it's
underneath,
Richie to throw
50%
first.
on the doubles.
Game on.
It is just typical Howson stuff.
Yeah, just solid and reliable.
It is Rich Housery.
100. $40. $57. $43.
And of course, throughout the week, I think we'll make this the theme of the week. We're going to come up with little themes as well. We were picking out some of our favourite themed weeks we could do here at the Super Series. Women's Week, Legends Week, Dev Tour Week, do a World Cup pairs, the World Masters Champions Week, Mixed Pairs Week, the International Week. There's so much we could do.
58.
PDC, WDF, BDO World Champions Week.
44.
I'd like the idea of
135. Richie require
a Pairs
160.
Week or a World Cup Week. That's two of my favourites. Outside of the Women's Week, which I would just absolutely love. I think that would be, create a
45.
huge amount of interest.
Double in, double out week.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
41. Richie require 115.
And this is prime Howson territory. Anything between a ton and 125.
How about a Super Series sets week?
59.
Best of 3 legs a set, best of 3 sets.
Put it as part of the World Masters week. Best of three sets, best of 3 legs. And then when it gets to finals night, best of 5 sets, best of 3 legs. And the final best of
Richie
7 sets, best
56.
of 3 legs.
Like it.
36.
Howson will not like the
Sammy
look of that, though, very much.
88.
Cankett then with what could be his first opportunity at the outer ring. He's going to get 2 goes at the double 14.
60.
But cannot take it. And so
Richie
Howson
required
returns to
20.
3-0 with double 10. Oof, bit of a flyer. So it's down for double
Game
7,
shot on
which is
leg.
heaven for Richie Howson.
Fourth leg, it's Sam to throw first.
So we know the lineup for
180.
Group C as Sam pops in yet another max. Group C will be Charles Barstow, Neil
100.
Duff, Matt Clark, John Nelson, Gary Stafford and Sam Cankett. And we're not far off knowing Group A and Group
95.
Well, the winner of Group A and the Group B lineup. Group C gets underway 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning on the usual platforms, Sporty Stuff TV and our
100.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So if needed, you can watch on the go. You can. I'm in the gym. Get me little earpods in. Put it on the
97.
YouTube channel and listen to the action.
I'm sure people are queuing up to listen to me whilst they do their 5K.
60. Sam, you require 129.
He's still on a bit of a march in this leg, Sam Cankett, courtesy of his first max of the match.
22 left, opted for 36 for 36. Oh,
70.
made a bit of a mess of that.
$140. Sam, you require 59.
Ooh, so it's just going to be the one. Only
Game
needs
shot
the
on
one.
the fourth leg. Sam
Well,
Cankett.
even after all that, it was only a 15 darter. Well, he
Fifth
scored
leg, it's
in the
Richie to
leg.
throw first. Game on. $57. $81.
To see Richie's first max.
180.
And it goes.
The way Richie's darts go in the board, it's so good with that side-on
58.
angle, isn't it? I wonder whether maybe some point in his last game we can maybe see a leg from that side-on angle. But he hasn't trusted the Modus Memories hashtag, so
Well, from this angle, they don't look
94.
like they lay particularly flat. But as you can see from that other shot, you can actually see the degree that they're led down. Where you look at the
100. Richie required
conventional
170.
angle of entry from Sam Cankett.
$134.
Lovely. 36 after 12. Just what he would have wanted.
45. Richie required
for the match,
36.
for 4-1 win.
Game,
And another
shot,
win
and the match.
For Richie Howson.
Richie
He's still in
Howson.
with an outside squeak of winning Group A, but it is another impressive performance that will mean that he will be on Thursday and Friday night's roster with an 86.89 average. He has beaten Sam Cankett by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, John Nelson against Gary Stafford.
So still 3 runners in the race here to top Group A at the MODUS Super Series. If we take a quick look at the table, you'll see that win for Richie Howson has just kept him in contention, a big one as well. Still 2 points off the top 2, but plays Lee Cox in his last match and already has a better leg difference. So a victory there would see him leapfrog Lee, and then he'd be depending on the result in Robert Thornton's match against Gary Stafford. But before that, Stafford takes on John Nelson. This game has no bearing at the top of the table, but the pair of them looking to play themselves into form for the rest of the week. We'll see them in Group C, 9:30 a.m. tomorrow when that gets underway. But their final fixture against each other in Group A, the third of at least 5 meetings this week between the pair of them, is about to get started in the company of Chris and Henry.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, the winner of this one will take themselves off the foot of the table. Well, they're actually separated by just 1 leg. They're both on 6 points. Gary Stafford, -20. John Nelson, -21. So both will be taking their places in Group C tomorrow morning. Another early start for these two. Sam Cankett will be joining them. Mathematically, of course. If Richie
First leg,
Howson
it's John to throw first.
beats
Game
Lee
on.
Cox 4-1-ish, 4-0. And Robert Thornton gets thumped by Gary Stafford.
59.
Well, things could change at the top. Personally, I think it's very unlikely. For me, Robert Thornton wins
58.
Group A. Lee Cox and Richie Howson join Johnny Haynes, David Davis, and Darryl Fitton in Group B, which is
85.
underway tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
85.
Third meeting between these two this week.
98.
On Monday,
66.
Gary was a 4-3 winner. On
59.
Tuesday, Gary was a 4-3 winner. So 4 of Gary's 6 points came against his opponent here.
140.
Is Stafford first to a finish against the Nelson Darts?
125. Gary required 152.
152. Another one of them. He's scared a fair few big finishes this week, Gary Stafford.
140. John, you require 75.
He's missed a couple of the double-double finishes as well.
71. Gary required 12.
Well, opening leg break of throat.
Six. John, you
Not to
require
beat.
4.
So Nelson returns for double 2 to take the lead. And
Game
take
John,
the
the
lead
first
he
leg.
will.
John Nelson.
19 dart hold, and despite Gary beating John Nelson twice
Second leg, it's Gary to throw
already
first.
this week
Game
in their
on.
previous 2 meetings, it was John that was the 4-7 favourite. Gary was 5-4.
58. 97.
You can get in touch with us via Twitter. It is at MSS Darts, at H_DK Media as well. Lee Seymour's got in touch with us about his hashtag Modus memories. Says his memory was Scott Williams playing in his yellow socks without any shoes one night in Southampton.
60.
Whilst in Portsmouth, probably the first ever 3-player 9-dart shootout.
He's got his own style,
96.
hasn't he? Scott Williams.
Personally, I think he's great for the game.
Yeah, agreed.
43.
This week, the Premier League tomorrow night moves to Motorpoint Arena, Nottingham. Actually works out perfect. Just as the Premier League is finishing,
42.
We're coming on air, so a real... Well, it's a fabulous Thursday, isn't it, if you're a darts fan?
Would have just wafted down the German doner kebab.
140.
And this weekend, it's a real hectic schedule in Halle 39, Hildesheim, 17th and 18th. Over those 2 days,
64. John, you require
Wimbledon Challenge
161.
Tours, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. And then on the 19th, which is Sunday, it is Players
57.
Championship 7. On
Gary, you
Monday, Players
require
Championship
120.
8. And on the Tuesday, Euro Tour 7 and 8 qualifiers. So a busy schedule for the players.
Stafford wants tots for the
100.
120 here. Not to
John,
be.
you
So Nelson
require
back for the
104.
104. 19 was the route. And Stafford back for the double
38.
10 to level this
Gary
game up.
required 20. Game shot the second
Level it
leg.
up. He
Gary
does.
Stafford.
With his own hold of throw. One apiece.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Of averages, of course, going into this one.
180.
Some start to leg 3 for John Nelson, kicking off Max. And Gary says, anything you can do, I can do just as well. Both players have won a 9.
95.
Well, John went 4 deep.
$96.
Tell you what would be the next big moment for the Super Series is when a female player hits a 9-darter here.
59.
Well, there's a greater chance as ever right now. Some fabulous female players around.
45. John, you require 167. $96. $54. John, you require 71.
71 for a 2-1 lead for John Nelson. That is another slip and approaching a single to get to a double.
31. Gary, you require
So Stafford back for
126.
1-2-6 for the breaker foe and a 2-1 lead. Not to be, so Nelson is going to return for this tops.
54. John, you require 40. Game shot on the third
find it
leg.
for a 2-1
John
lead.
Nelson.
Three holds of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Pressure now on Gary to level things up.
$28.
Did say at some point today we'd, as part of our hashtag MODUS memories,
45.
we'd do some of our favourite bloopers over the past couple of years. I'll let you have a little bit of a think about your favourite
55.
blooper. There we go, hashtag MODUS memories. I mean, to be fair, I probably got one just today, but I think my one that I won't look back on any glory was the famous Stuart
59.
Baker incident. where on a Wednesday morning we were presenting, and you know what happens when you get to game 14, your brain turns to absolute mush. And at the end of the leg, I thought our referee, Owen Binks, I've just given an answer away, so that's another blooper one for the reel, but Owen Binks, I thought, said the name
97.
Stuart Baker instead of Scott Baker. And I heard the comms go quiet for a good 10 seconds thinking, I definitely heard that then, didn't I? And so we proceed to then interview Scott Baker
36.
up on the balcony. And I asked the question, well, you're that good that the referee called you Stuart. And let's just say that Owen Binks' size 200 feet came
100.
charging up the stairs. I mean, you can't miss his feet and his shoes when he comes tumbling up the stairs. And let's just say that I got the full force of his nature.
All 5'2" of him.
140.
Well, 6'2" by the time he put his shoes on. It was like he was on stilts.
100.
Standing on
Gary
tiptoes.
required 102.
He thinks he could take people on in a fight. Couldn't break wind.
60. John, you
Well,
require
we see a lot of this
100.
YouTube boxing. Maybe we could set up a fight between you and Owen. Maybe a bit of a charity
80.
boxing match between
Gary,
the two.
you require 42.
I'm sure 12 people or so would tune in.
Game Sean,
2-2
the fourth
there.
leg.
Before
Gary
people ask,
Stafford.
me and Owen are very good mates.
Well, you were.
Fifth leg, it's Sean to throw first. Game on.
Is the final match of the fourth cycle of games. All the players with one more to play
97.
at the completion of this one. And our table, although not completed right now, Thornton, 20 points
81.
plus 20. Lee Cox, 20 points plus 11. Richie Howson, 18 points plus 15. Sam Cankett,
97.
Stafford and John Nelson will all stay in 4th, 5th and 6th, respectively, and all take their place in Group C tomorrow.
140.
Rarely, I'd rather be in Group B than Group C.
That is ouch.
140.
All over that Group C.
40 from Nelson. Stafford needs something similar.
135. John, you require 167. $60. Gary, you require 145.
For a break. Not to be this time around.
45. John, you require 107. $79. Gary, you require 100.
Well, that's as bad a dart as he could have thrown. He was better off having a bounce out.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
40.
anything but a 1.
John, you require
Trouble
28.
Trouble 5, single 20.
Game Sean, the fifth leg.
Very
John
fortunate
Nelson.
there. And it is John Nelson with a 5th consecutive hold of throw. 3 to him, 2 to Gary.
Sixth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
So I've explained mine. What would be your favourite blooper for the reel? Stafford looks to open up with a max.
180.
What was that, Henry? My what?
Favourite outtake or blooper over the last couple of years? Hashtag
57.
Modus memories.
Oh, mate, I don't make mistakes, do I?
Good point.
58.
Doesn't have to just be yourself. It could be anyone. We've had some fun moments, haven't we, covering this tournament over the last couple of years.
Unbelievable. We have seen it all. 9 darters, 170s. Not quite sure what the issue here. Just again, a little gremlin in the system.
Gary's last score was 58.
But yeah, we've had some great times. Absolutely fabulous starts in there as well. And some great stories. And the one thing that I take from it is seeing the players
100
blossom and grow, and then go on to seeing earlier 29 of the players who have played here have gone on to get tour cards or retain or get tour cards back.
59.
And that really is the main objective. It's giving players
60.
another platform to grow on and build.
And Marcia got the opportunity to say a big thank to the backroom staff who
85.
make all of this happen, all the people behind the scenes in the production gallery. A shout out to the likes of Stefan, who does a fantastic job.
119.
Bill, James, Taylor, and plenty others that make this happen.
Yeah, a special shout out to Mark Walker as well, who's involved
71.
in a horrendous accident on the way to the UK Open. I hope you're having a speedy recovery. But yeah, he was also a huge part of the
95. Gary, you require 48.
Tops.
28. John, you require 112.
There should be some way to finish.
$96. Gary, you require 20.
Away from a 4-2 win. And our predictions was a 7-legger. So evenly matched. Will that come to fruition?
No score. John, you require
8
16.
For the match for John Nelson for a 4-2 win.
Game.
And there it is. John Nelson gets the better of Gary Stafford by 4 legs to 2. Nice little embrace from the pair at the end, but it is Nelson who picks up the points against Stafford. And so now we head into the final round of fixtures, which begins with Richie Howson against Lee Cox after this short break.
Match 43 of 45 in Group A is about to get underway, and we still don't have a confirmed winner of the group. In fact, mathematically, 3 players are still in contention, and we'll know plenty more after this meeting between 2 of them, Richie Howson and Lee Cox. Right, let me put you in the picture as far as the permutations go. So currently, Robert Thornton tops the table, and he knows if he wins his last game against Gary Stafford, he will progress regardless of the result in this one. If Lee Cox does prevail here, he'll overtake Thornton and force him to serve it out against Stafford. But Richie Howson has an outside chance too, though he can only afford to lose 2 legs for that chance to still be intact. So following this match, at least one of them will be out of contention. A 4-3 win for Howson, and Thornton is through. But never mind what might happen, let's see what does happen. Here are Chris Mason and Henry Deacon to describe the action.
Thanks, Murph. Well, I can tell you what happened in our previous 2 meetings this week. On Monday, it was the final match of the session. And despite Richie Howson having a 5-point higher average, he lost the match to Lee 4-2. Yesterday, it was the first match on, and it was Richie with revenge, winning 4-1 with a 92-26 and a 107 out, 101, 180, and 40% on the doubles. Where's your 20 pence going, Henry?
20p. Whoa.
First leg, it's Richie to throw
Howson
first.
is tempting.
Game on.
Cox is tempting, but I think the way he's played today, the last couple of days, I just fancy Richie Howson for this. I just think there's no air of pressure on him now. He's just getting himself ready for tomorrow night. And I think a relaxed Richie Howson's a dangerous Richie Howson.
140.
I like the 4-7 here. And he's always a little volatile. Betting against Lee Cox. We've
64.
Seen plenty of examples of where his ceiling is at. And it is very, very high. It's just the reliability and the grinding nature of Richie
91.
Howson is what makes him super tough to play.
$100. $60.
The permutations, if Richie Howson wins, and he has to win big,
100.
then still has to rely on Gary Stafford defeating Robert Thornton. And again, with all due respect, I just cannot see that happening.
100.
At the minute, Howson looks set fair for the opening leg.
60.
The same
Richie
with Lee Cox, who
110.
wins. When he's 9 points adrift in terms of the leg difference, 20 for Thornton, 11 for Cox. So again, he'd have to rely on
94.
Gary Stafford defeating Robert Thornton.
But as I say, you've got to take care of your own business first. And at the minute, it's
55.
Richie Howson who
Richie
looks set to take care of the
60.
opening leg. Back for double 8 on opening leg hold.
Game shot on the first leg. Richie Howson.
Thornton. Howson. Well, there's one for you, mate. There's one for your bloopers.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
Hashtag MODUS memories, folks.
$100.
What was typically Thornton early on today was sub 15 darts and
45.
under legs, wasn't it? 202 plus averages in matches 1 and 2 for Thornton today, which is what contributed to putting him in the driving seat right now. Was felt the winner out of that Lee Cox and Robert Thornton tie was going to prevail.
180.
That maximum just
55.
Be interesting to see the tournament averages when we go into tomorrow for each individual player so far this week.
Nice homework. Add all the averages up, divide by 15.
60.
Expect them emailed to me by 9:30 p.m. this evening. Thank you, Henry.
Do I get detention if I don't?
140.
Do I have to wear a dunce's hat on comms?
No, I'll just get that university degree of yours retracted. Absolutely flying.
140. Lee required
Averaging
121.
Almost a ton here, Richie Howson, after very nearly 2 legs. That's unfortunate.
$49. Richie
So it sets
requires
fair. Richie Howson
76.
to 76 should get a dart and a double at the very least. And so 16 for his favoured tops. It's been helpful to him the last
36.
couple of days, but not on
Lee
this particular
requires
occasion.
72.
Yeah, thickness of a wire, wasn't it? Has options. Tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Tops he
Lee
gets.
Cox.
And he recovered very, very well there.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $100. $100.
Reminder, 2 more matches after this. Gary Stafford in action against Robert Thornton, and then Sam Cankett up against John Nelson.
60.
And then, yes, you will be allowed to be under starters orders at Cheltenham.
100.
And if you are gambling, it is 18 plus, begambleaware.org. And when the fun stops, stop.
41.
And if you can't afford to lose it, don't wager on it. Anyway, that's the
60.
lecture over for the day.
The boring bit over. Very responsible though of you, Henry.
Well, we're all friends here. Viewers at home, us in the commentary box. We'll all stick
60.
together. Also
45.
good news, we're going to reveal the answer to the tungsten teaser at the end of this game.
Henry's tungsten teaser. Ooh, can't wait. Oh, I think I've got about 7 of them, and
100.
there was one actually that I thought I might have caught you out, but I've been informed that, in fact,
140.
he was
Richie
down here
required
spotting, but he is a
140.
very well-known referee in Anthony Dundas.
He spotted my first shift.
And I thought he must have.
100.
did some
Lee
reffing,
required
but
56.
He didn't.
Mr. 174.
$36. Richie
Well, that has
required
opened
40.
the door for Richie Howson on tops.
Been Mr. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Richie Howson.
And he is Mr. in front.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Of course, this is playing into the hands of Robert Thornton, really, in terms of the leg difference situation.
100.
We need another little graphic like we've got in front of us where we can just drop it in the bottom left of the screen with the table as it's happening. That'd be nice for the viewers.
Taken them 2 years to find hashtag
100.
MODUS memories. Oh, okay, we've lost the graphic.
They've only got
100.
Grab this one and just drop it in there. I think I could do that. I'd probably ruin everything else. Probably.
There'll be no darts on the screen.
No, but the table will be there.
60.
Darts in the dark.
I've been told in my ear some...
I don't think you can repeat what you did.
59.
I've been, yeah. I've been comprehensively told off. As I say, they do a great job, our
95.
backstage team. Great fun to work with. We really do enjoy bringing these pictures to you day in, day out, the MODUS Super Series.
180.
Is not done yet. As he pops in his first max of the match, one apiece. Richie Howson averaging
96.
87,
Lee requires
36,
62.
85, 71 for Lee Cox. We expect them both to be as a minimum. Tops.
22. Richie require 150.
Had one of these today, haven't we? A 150.
By Richie. That was against John Nelson in that 4-0 win.
Lee requires
his second game of the day.
He's asked the question here. Oh, that's unlucky.
20.
Yeah, that was just
Richie
too close to be
requires 16.
any type of guide. To take complete control.
8. Lee required 20.
Nervous times. Huge moments. Big
Game
dart
shot on the fourth
found.
leg. Lee Cox.
And level we are at 2 apiece. And Cox is still in the race.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Starts at 16 after that beautiful setup by Richie Howson, the 134 off the 150. Again, showing a strong mentality.
121.
4-3 win for Richie Howson would send Thornton through as well. So Cox
60.
has to win by a margin.
$100. 137.
Yeah, if you want to join us on Saturday night here from
60.
doors open at 6:30, play against underway at 7:30. A unique experience here at the Live Lounge
95.
in Portsmouth. Tickets are completely free of charge. Head over to dartshop.tv. Also have a look around on there for the many, many exhibitions. There's no doubt one will be in your area.
140.
Fabulous nights out.
Yeah, a couple of the course of this weekend in Swansea and Scarborough.
60.
Yeah, I did the Swansea one last
Richie
year.
require 80.
Absolutely brilliant. Superb night out.
Tops.
40.
Oh,
Lee require
somebody's missed them there. It's
149.
literally been on the wire. He'll be back. 45's the shot here for 24.
137.
Double six. I just don't
Richie
like the
required
breakdown
40.
from double six.
That's a breakdown to double 10 for Howson.
30.
Not kind.
Lee required 12.
If you'd have gone the 45 route, you get the 24, the sixes and the threes. You go inside 6 and 3s, you're burning a dart.
Game shot on the fifth lay. Lee Cox.
Lee Cox has found a breaker throw after more missed darts at doubles. An 18 dart
Sixth leg,
breaker
it's Lee
throw.
to throw first.
Gives him a
Game
3-2
on.
lead. And that's the honour here in the sixth.
$140.
Some way to start what is a pivotal leg.
Well, a win here will ask
60.
the question of Robert Thornton, of course. It means it's a must-win game against Gary Stafford.
140.
What that egg has done is officially ended the one of Howson to win this group. A 4-3 win for
100.
Richie Howson. Would put Thornton straight through.
100.
Abacus hour of the Super Series.
Well, the next matchup is
45. Lee required 121.
against Gary. And Rob did lose
113.
on day one to Gary Stafford 4-1. However, put that right yesterday with a 4-1 win himself.
45.
Much fresher
Lee
version
require 8.
of Robert Thornton. Double 2 to seal the deal.
Game,
And
shot,
he does
and the
in
match.
style with a
Lee
14-dart
Cox.
hold after the 18-dart breaker throw in leg 5. Lee Cox now moves on to 22 points plus 13. Robert Thornton will face Gary Stafford in our next match. Robert Thornton wins. He wins Group A. He loses. He hands it to Lee Cox. We'll be back in 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. As part of our birthday celebrations today, Henry set a little tungsten teaser earlier on regarding how many referees have officiated in this event, and we can now reveal the answer. So here it is. As we said, there have been 11, and all of them listed there, including today's referee, Charlie Corst. If you know him, Binks, of course, a regular here, as is Paul Hinks there, but also a few faces who have just appeared on the odd occasion, including Tungsten Time himself, Mr. Paul Starr there at number 5. So a very, very sincere thank you to all the referees that have helped this tournament run, and I'm sure that Henry will be doing his homework tonight and providing another tungsten teaser for us tomorrow, but no teaser required in terms of this next match. Robert Thornton about to go into bat to try and secure his spot at finals night. He needs to simply win the match and he will be through. He'll finish on the same amount of points as Lee Cox, who's just beaten Richie Howson, but he does have that superior leg difference. So basically, Gary Stafford here into bat for Lee Cox. Robert Thornton playing to win the group. Let's get the game underway with Tungsten Teaser himself, Henry Deacon, and Mace the Ace.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, talking of going into bat, the Ashes are approaching fast, aren't they? Being a posh boy, I'm sure you like your cricket, don't you?
I've actually got tickets to the last day of the second Test match at Lord's. Well, the 4th day.
And we do have a winner at Andrew Griffiths, who picked out all 11. Does he work here? Well, I tell you what.
Is it not Owen Binks' alter ego?
Fair play, Andrew, because you must be a serious hardcore Super Series viewer.
Now go and get some fresh air.
Is there a prize?
I suppose you should really give him
99.
Yeah, we should throw in a prize somewhere.
Can we not get him a signed? Yeah, free
66.
tickets for Saturday. There you go. Tickets are free, of course. Surely we can get all
57.
6 finalists on Saturday to sign a board and get it posted out to him. Andrew, message the team and get your address
30.
over, and we'll get a board signed on Saturday. The board from finals night. We'll get it in the post to you. Maybe I've spent some more MODUS money.
Yeah, but at least you haven't spent 5 million so far. I mean, the week is still young, mind. However, it's not quite the 5 million we had a couple of weeks ago.
Gary was
100.
10-3. Robert, the 1-5 shot.
You feel this game is going to be dictated
100.
around Robert Thornton.
Yeah, and he'll be looking to try and replicate. By the way, that's not a slip. That's a
92.
sensible route on 305. Yeah, he'll be just looking to recapture some of that form from earlier.
100.
1 win apiece for each. Both for 1. I've seen Robert fade a couple of times towards the
46.
back end of the day. And
Gary required 104.
statistically, his worst performances have come towards the back end of the day. Oh, single 16 would have
62.
given him a dart at tops, but Thornton not looking in the mood to take this out. Nowhere near it with dart 1.
24. Gary required 40.
As Murph rightly said, Lee Cox will be supporting Gary Stafford here.
Game shot on the first leg. Gary Stafford.
That is a competent hold of throw in leg 1.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It's a better dart.
100.
To beat Stafford's final game of Group A before he
87.
proceeds his way through to Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively.
41.
Well, this one, it's one of those games. Gary Stafford is just playing for pride.
59.
Well, Thornton is the
66.
one under absolute pressure, and there's probably nothing harder than playing someone who's literally just going through the motions. Fearless.
100.
Got some lineup for you next week. Just had a sneak peek. My goodness. All will be revealed Saturday
26.
night when next week's lineup will be announced.
Of course, they've saved the best weekly lineup for the week I'm off.
100.
Who's joining me next week in comms, do we know?
I believe you've got the Murph next week.
Ooh, nice.
That's a proper commentary lineup, that is. The two Chris's.
42. Gary, you require 155.
Have to have me head on next week. He likes to ask me, he likes to pose me a few questions. Does Murph?
59. 140. Gary, you
Of course,
require
working alongside
96.
Chris on the Talk Sport coverage. As well as
64.
here, and obviously in the
Robert, you
future
require
on the Euro
86.
Tour, which I'm super excited about. Gotta go.
Game
And
shot
does.
second leg. Robert Thornton.
Didn't he need that? My goodness. Gary Stafford waiting on 32.
Third leg,
break
it's
of
Gary's
throw
to
and a
throw
2-0
first.
lead, and
Game on.
Thornton could have been in all sorts of trouble. Yeah, he's just trying to motivate himself. Well, you've got plenty to play for, mate. It means you can chill out for the
60.
next 2 days if you win this match. Come into Saturday fresh and raring to go.
140.
Or is it a case that the players come in on Saturday battle-hardened?
It's been a question that we've been debating in this commentary box for some time.
100.
I think a lot of it's down to mindset. Jelle Klassen said he just spent those few days.
Well, he brought a mobile setup with him, didn't
83.
he? And him and
Marino Blom, wasn't
Marino
it?
Blom, they had a rented house and they put it up there. And even though Moreno was playing in the day, he was
140.
practicing with Jelle on the night. And that's commitment.
I think a player you're going to see a lot of in the future, Marino Blom. We're definitely going to see
46.
Jelle Klassen at Champions Week.
Yep. He was week 4 winner, wasn't he, Jelle?
Yeah, it's one of the early weeks, wasn't it? Yeah.
105.
You've already got John Worsley, Owen Bates. Klassen was the winner of Group 3 in week 3. So Scott Taylor win week 4.
95. Gary, you
then
require
last week-
96.
Mike Warburton picked up
That's
the
it.
pot.
Yeah, correct. Worsley week 1, Bates week 2, Klassen week 3. Where does the time go? Taylor week 4, will be week 5. He's
25.
going to win week
Robert, you
6, and we're
require
halfway there, of course,
137.
at the end of next week.
Like that old dance track, just like a week 6, just like a week 6.
93. Gary, you require 71.
Chance for 2-1 then. 39, 18 for tops. How's your tops?
Game shot in the
Deadly.
third leg. Gary Stafford.
Well, if Thornton had the impression that Stafford was just going to roll over it.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He's going to make him work for this.
140.
I think we get the very best of Robert Thornton is when he's pushed.
21.
When his back's against the wall, you'll see some of his best darts.
$125.
Some of that here.
$140.
Felt like peaks and troughs for Thornton so far in this match.
49.
That's an evident example of which. He does have a buffer, he does have a cushion with a throw to level this game up at 2 apiece.
$127.
That'll do.
That works.
And then to level this game back up.
Robert, you require 60.
20 for tops.
Tens. Doesn't mind it down here.
40. Gary, you require 140.
Well, this would be inspired.
Be a disaster for Robert Thornton. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Oh,
foreplay.
boy!
Gary Stafford.
Oh my! That is group changing. That is game changing.
Fifth
Glorious from Gary Stafford.
Game on.
Where on earth has he plucked that from? Outstanding. Pretty sure
60.
that's his high finish of the week by some distance.
And what that means now is
125.
Cox is on the cusp.
Yeah, and Thornton is on the back foot. 3 legs remain. He has to win them all.
64.
Thornton at the point of no return.
100. $121.
Gary Stafford just looks up to the gods to think, this is a great performance, but where was this 9:30 Monday morning? But you've got to take the positive of the fact that
43.
you've got a fresh slate tomorrow. As for Robert Thornton, it's like the darting world is just crashing in front of his eyes. He had it in his hands. He had it in his palms. But he may be seeing Group A glory slip from right underneath him.
Yep. Paying the price from some
137. Gary required 116.
earlier on in the Group A phase.
$56. Robert, you require 96.
Stay in it. He's a treble or the double, whichever way he preferred to go.
56.
Yeah, went for double 18 for tops.
Gary requires 60.
20 and tops, and well, he's had no problem on the finishing. He's 3 from 5 to send Lee Cox through.
20.
Too
Robert, you
much
require
darts.
40. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Wow.
Robert Thornton.
Well, Robert Thornton has faced too much darts. Out in 17 to break back.
6th leg, it's Robert to throw first.
One of
Game on.
the 3. 2 to go.
96.
As Robert Thornton just seeing the warning light flash in front of him, and as a consequence, he may just see a different side to the fawn.
60. 94.
He's faced 2 darts for Gary Stafford to go out of this Group A race.
60.
Lee Cox is next door with his head in his hands.
93. 58. 85.
Dodged a bullet in the last one. Now in control of this one.
81. Robert, you require 133.
Send us all the way. He's got 6 on this one, 3-3. And he's going to need the 6.
81.
But needs himself 52, so should get a couple of darts at double upon his return. Of course, that's barring any disasters on the single, which
39.
this week, well, anything's
Robert,
happened when it's come to that
52.
particular point. There will be 2 at tops
Game
to
shot
send
the
us
6th leg.
all the way.
Robert Thornton.
And so this one leg will decide the destiny of Group A.
Back-to-back 17
7th and
darters.
final leg. It's Gary to throw
Robert
first.
Thornton.
Game on.
But Stafford does have the advantage of throw. Imperative. He makes a good start.
39.
Robert Thornton, well, that 39 is music to his ears.
60.
Well, you go a long way to see a better 60 than that.
140.
Punished.
Sometimes when you watch a match, you can almost see the result before it happens.
134.
Although that's a super visit. Drawing on all of his experience.
$68.
Well, it's a good last start. A great first. Got to come out.
99.
That second dart's a bit of a disaster from Stafford's perspective. 193 left.
Got to be a trouble.
81.
Very nearly found the trouble 20 to leave a finish. Thornton will definitely be on one.
42.
Well, incredibly, another blooper. How is he at 4 from there? So 6 darts for Stafford from 173. Really not making it easy for himself.
47.
This is more of a crawl to the finishing line for the victor as opposed to the sprint to the finish.
100.
Managed
Gary
to
required
squeeze a treble in there.
126.
He just managed to squeeze a vital lemon. For all of its worth, was Gary Stafford going to send Lee Cox through with double 6.
120. Robert, you require
Third
66.
match start for Gary Stafford. Can Thornton pull it out of the fire? He's found the treble 10.
Game,
He finds
shots,
the
and
double
match.
18
Robert Thornton.
and somehow avoids defeat to Gary Stafford, who had 3 match darts. He had 2 in leg 5 at tops off of 60, and he had 1 at double 6 there off of 126. But it is Robert Thornton who wins Group A. He will take his spot in Saturday night's final, and our final match up next is Sam Cankett against John Nelson.
30 seconds.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got the winner of Group A alongside me. Wasn't quite sure who I was going to be interviewing during that last match. Lee Cox was waiting in the practice room watching, but Robert Thornton, well, you finally got it done the hard way as usual.
Yeah, actually, when I turned round, Lee was standing down the bottom there giving it. But I knew that was going to be the best game we played today. He never gave an inch, did he? And he played really well.
He missed a couple of match starts, and also when he had that 1-2-6 attempt at the end. What were you feeling like in those moments?
I thought, you're having a laugh. We watched you practicing all week. You've missed. And he's went up there and done it.
You've played some really good stuff this week, but it seemed like every time you've had a chance to really take control of the group, you slipped up a little bit.
I've let it go a little bit. I've kind of took my foot off the pedal and I need to stop that. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them. I felt as though I've been in control, and then I took my foot off the pedal and I put myself under pressure.
I did get the chance to speak to Lee Cox during that match. He was quite philosophical, actually. He did say that he had his chance earlier on. If he beat you, he was through. Yeah,
I mean, I think that was a crunch match. It was myself and Lee, and then they put a little bit more pressure on me when he won again. And I thought, nah, come on, it's not going to happen. Come on, just sort your head out and try and win a game.
It's the first time we've seen you here since winning the World Seniors Championship again. Are you still riding that wave?
Yeah, I mean, my confidence is pretty high. I mean, I'm looking forward to every tournament that's coming up. And I've got a couple of days off. I've got a dartboard up in the room. I'll practice for a few days and then turn up on Saturday.
And that's kind of where you've pitched your tent in darts now, the seniors and here at the MODUS Super Series. It's actually our second birthday today, so what does it mean to you to win?
I think it's amazing. I mean,
today?
I've actually got through to a Saturday without actually having to play Thursday, Friday. I think I'm hoping the next step now is trying to win it on a Saturday night and get through to Champions Week.
Well, that will be the plan. Enjoy your couple of days off. Well earned.
I intend to, mate.
The Group A winner. We do have one more match left to play in this group. Sam Cankett and John Nelson fulfilling the fixtures. Robert Thornton is going to go for a rest, and I'll hand you back to No Rest for the Wicked, the commentary team, Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Murph. And nice to hear from Robert. And nice to hear that he's another one of the players that have brought along a practice board to tick over. It's always useful. But we now have our confirmed groups for Thursday and Friday. Of course, we now know that Robert
first leg, it's Sam to throw first.
Winner.
Game on.
And into Group B is Richie Howson and Lee Cox. And they will be joined by Johnny Haynes,
23.
David Davis, Darryl Fitton. Tomorrow morning, we'll see the start of Group C, 9:30 a.m.
60.
Charles Barstow, Neil Duff, Matt Clark, John Nelson, Gary Stafford, and this man here, Sam Cankett. Good luck picking
97.
the two that come through from that one.
Have we just bought a new fence so we could have some more splinters?
100.
Yeah, that's a real toughie to call. Well, they both are.
$60.
Yeah, they're both tough groups to try and pick. Top three from Group B and the top
100.
two from Group C to join Robert on Saturday night.
The two players who dropped into B, I think, do have a very, very good chance.
We're looking at the form that they've shown. And of course, they've got a huge advantage. They've had 3 days of stage time. And they get tomorrow off.
96.
Effectively. They don't play till 10 o'clock tomorrow night. So they're going to come in fresh and well practiced and well used to the surroundings.
44. John, you require
Johnny Haynes,
145.
plenty of experience here as Darryl Fitton and David Davis. They're going to be coming in a little cold.
55.
Group B, it's imperative you make a good start.
$80. John, you require 90.
For the 18s, right?
27.
So Cankett 116 for the opening leg of this final game of Group A.
$76.
Far away.
John,
so Nelson 63 for the breaker throw. Double 16.
31.
It's not too far away, but
40.
Far enough for it not to go in. And so Cankett returns to tops and now tens.
Game shot on the first low. Sam Cankett.
For the opener.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
And again, these two have just got to try and use this to
99.
go into tomorrow morning with a bit of confidence, bit of feel-good factor. Loads of room.
180.
Never in doubt.
134.
Come on then, Sam. Can we finish with a flourish? Not this time. Well, whilst we do have the opportunity, let's
60.
spread some more of our favourite MODUS memories on our 2-year anniversary of the Super Series.
123.
You tweeted them overnight. We'll give you some more tomorrow. We'll read some of them out live on air. Hashtag MODUS Memories on Facebook, Twitter, and of course on Instagram.
140. John, you require 145.
4-5 for Nelson to level this game up at 1 apiece. That's 15 of them.
93. Sam, you require 121.
52. Ooh. That was a wild one. And that's a blocker.
26. John, you require 52. 32. Sam, you require 95. 55. John, you require 20.
Level things up. Oh,
No score. Sam,
Not
you
a
require
chance.
40.
Sam Cankett to break and go 2 up.
$35. John, you require 20.
Finishing order of this Group A
Game shot on the second low.
is
John
as
Nelson.
follows. Robert Thornton top. Lee Cox second. Richie Howson third.
Third leg, it's Sam to
Cankett
throw
fourth.
first. Game on.
John Nelson fifth. Gary Stafford in 6th position.
100. 140.
Well, there's another opportunity for your... I'll find the right button in a minute. There you go.
85.
Aye, aye, aye. Against Nelson this time.
Nelson!
140.
Tidy. Back-to-back 140s.
We'll be able to give you
96.
the order of play for Thursday and Friday as well before we leave you at the end of this one. Everything now in place. Cankett finishing 4th. Nelson 5th and Stafford in
96.
6th. Richie Howson 3rd. Lee Cox 2nd. And Robert Thornton, the man at the top of the pile.
Only just.
56.
Dodged a few
John, you
bullets.
require
Here's Gary
125.
Stafford. 3 darts in total to put Thornton into
61.
position.
Sam, you require 164.
another one of those. Would have left the ball. Trouble 16. Would leave top. Sadie
84.
left.
John, you require 64.
If he gets a go.
Game shot
That's
on
a
the
break
third
of throw
leg.
in the leisure. John Nelson to lead by 2-1. And I suppose the significance in this meeting is the fact that they know they're going to meet 2 more times this week. And so they will not want to have a losing game to end their group going into their battle tomorrow morning.
Yeah, exactly. And you want that mentality of
60,
getting one over your opponent the last time they met. And if he does beat Sam here, that will be the case
123.
over Sam and Gary Stafford.
$127.
127 in the middle of the game.
59.
Well, at the moment, he's outscoring Sam Cankett, which is something that I didn't expect to see.
98. $100.
Well, this is our last game
60.
of the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed.
Well, maybe bushy-tailed. Not sure about bright-eyed, but
59.
He
John,
won't be
you
bright-eyed
require
Friday morning.
56. 80. Sam, you require 160.
once did a 10-hour consecutive shift for ITV during the World Cup
96.
Players' Champs.
John, you require
That was tough,
76.
but nothing's as tough as doing Thursday night and straight into Friday morning.
30.
Seem to shut your eyes
Sam, you
with
require
numbers
64.
whirling in your head and wake up with them.
More to the point, you hear the advert break music in your mind.
32. John, you require 46.
When you can hear Charlie Corsfield in your sleep, you know something's going awry. Double 4 for
Game shot on
Nelson
the
for a
fourth
3-1
leg.
lead.
John Nelson.
He's finishing here, 3 from 8. He's got the higher average. 7 scores of
Fifth
a
leg,
ton
it's
or
Sam
more
to throw
compared
first.
to 5
Game on.
of Sam's. Worthy of a 3-1 lead right now.
97. 87. 85.
Chris Mason is off to make the jolly jaunt up to the balcony
98.
to have a chat with Chris Murphy about all of the day's play here at the Super Series. Reminder, we're back
100.
tomorrow morning, 9:30, with Group C action, where we are going to see some lineup. Just have a listen to this.
60.
Sam Cankett, John Nelson and Gary Stafford are going to be joined by Chaz Barstow, Neil Duff and Matt Clark. Excellent
59.
lineup for our Group C action. Then in Group B, we're going to see the Dazzler in action, Dal Fitton, Johnny Haynes, who made Champions Week last time out, and then David
100.
Davis is going
Sam, you
to join
require
us.
160.
There's Cankett's first to finish in leg 5. Can he take out the 160? It's not going to be a showpiece for Super Sam.
122. John, you require 156.
So 156 for the match is not going to go. Not on this occasion, at least.
60. Sam, you require 38.
Bring it back to 3-2. It's going to be the solitary dart to 88.
22. John, you require 96.
18. So double 16 has to readjust across the board.
80. Sam, you require 16.
Doesn't go, and so it's a double 8 shootout to win leg 5. One left.
8.
Other side.
Johnny
and so Nelson returns
16.
to double 8 for the match. For 4-1 win. 4s. Double 2.
12.
Will not do. Not right now, at least.
Sammy require 8.
And so Cankett will return for double 4.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
To extend
Sam
this
Cankett.
match, but it is John Nelson who has the honour, who has the darts in this 6th leg to get the job done.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. .96.
Well, in the history of these Super Series, the most common scoreline in a match is 4-2. So it would perhaps be fitting if the final game of our birthday bash here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth did end by that scoreline. Although Sam Cankett realistically is going to have other ideas than that.
32.
We'll be getting the cake and candles out following the conclusion of this match to celebrate the 2-year anniversary.
58.
Don't forget to keep your hashtag MODUS memories going throughout the course of the day. There it is. There's the hashtag.
54.
Hashtag MODUS memories.
137.
Well, I think I speak on behalf of everyone here. It's been an absolute pleasure
58.
to bring this to you. I hope you enjoy the coverage day in, day out, week in, week out here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super
60.
Series YouTube channel. Look forward to bringing you plenty more action
85.
over the course of the next few months and the next few years. This is Series 3. Champions Week
140.
is on the horizon at the beginning of May. The finals of which will be on Saturday, May the 6th. If you want to book your place at Champions Week before some of the players,
26.
you can
Sammy
do by booking your
48.
tickets on dartshop.tv as Cankett looks a double 16 to send us all the way.
Game
and all
shot
the
the
way we
6th
go.
Sam Cankett.
And here we go. Leg 7 in game 15. And it is Cankett with the darts.
7th and final leg. It's Sam to throw first. Game on. .45. 64. 140. 93. 97. 30. 24. 140.
So, time 40 for Nelson. Both players on the cusp of a finish here.
99.
99 there. Leads him on 96 to win this match.
84. Sammy required 96.
To end the day and to end his group with a win. For double 18, for
56.
double top.
John, you required 90.
So Nelson, 90 for the win himself. 28 left. So
33.
Tots Cankett for the win.
Sam, you require
to come
40.
back from 3-1 down to claim the points. Tens.
Game,
It's a
shot,
friend
and the match.
to Sam Cankett as he seals a 4-3 win against John Nelson. It means he finishes his group with 2 points. He will be a part of the Group C fold on Thursday and Friday here at the Super Series. The crowning glory is the Thorns in terms of Group A, and as far as the Super Series is concerned, it's a very, very happy birthday. Let's hand up to the balcony where I'm sure Chris Murphy is going to do his best happy birthday song rendition.
I'm more interested in wrapping it up, Henry, so I can go downstairs and get some cake. But Robert Thornton, while we're on the theme of happy birthday, he had to rely on a few gifts, didn't he, in that last one?
He did in the end. Yeah, he was very, very fortunate against Gary Stafford, who had 2 darts at tops off of 60 and then 1 dart at double six off of the 126. He dodged a few bullets there, and Lee Cox can count himself a bit unfortunate.
Will be present at finals night, of course, Robert Thornton. I'll keep going all day. Let's have a look at the league table, confirmation of that first place finish, and that's how close it was, same points.
Yeah, just separated by leg difference only, and yeah, Robert Thornton will go away. Interesting to see that he's brought his darts training stuff with him so he can practice while away. But fresh start for all the players tomorrow, and yeah, Lee Cox and Richie Howson, for me, into the easier group of the 2 that starts tomorrow. Sam Cankett, John Nelson, Gary Stafford into a very tough group alongside, well, Neil Duff.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the slide anyway,
let's
get confirmation of those
Brains
groups.
fried. It's a long day.
There we go.
There you go, Chaz Barstow.
You're right, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, Matt Clark, Neil Duff, Sam Cankett, Johnny Nelson and Gary Stafford. Super, super tough group that. Remember, it's only the top 2 that come out of that one. The nighttime group that starts at 10 o'clock, Darryl Fitton, David Davis, Johnny Haynes, Lee Cox and Richie Howson. You'd have to count Lee Cox and Richie Howson as 2 of the favourites to come to that. They're coming to this battle-hardened, well used to the hockey, well practiced. They're going to be ones to beat for me.
And Cox is not beating himself up either. I did see him downstairs. He was quite philosophical, said, look, I had my chance against Robert. That was the game he got away, not later on when Gary Stafford could have beaten him.
And he lost a couple of games that he never should have lost. You know, there was a few performances that, you know, I spoke to him about, and he just wasn't at the races. And that's what catches you out in those Group A's, is there's a couple of odd matches, and Robert's done it himself, where he just don't show up, and they can be costly.
Well, let's see you again for the action tomorrow. It's double servings, by the way, isn't it? That Thursday, Friday.
Sound like the cake you're going to have.
Yeah, well, there's two pieces of cake with my name on it. They both say Chris, so we better run off, and I'll get both of them, and we'll see you again 9:30 a.m. for the start of Group C.